welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of or I should say another month, another edition of the Thermal 2v2 Circuit, the March edition for 2025. I'm of course just like VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Whew. Welcome one and all. It has been a month. It's been a month since our last 2v2 Circuit event here, and a big shout to uThermal, to uThermal Papi, of course, for organizing, for hosting the event, for helping to fund the event as well. Of course, it is funded by his community, by the community, for the community as well. So big shout to all those behind it, supporting it, and we're here for some 2v2. Let's go, Papi. Let's go again. uThermal, due to the rise in popularity of 2v2, especially towards the end of 2024, uThermal has decided to run a league, to host a circuit here every single month. Players and teams, they accumulate points over time to be invited to the end of season, end of year finals. Oh boy, is on the horizon here, and we have our first series. For those that are curious, the event is going to be covered by a replay. So today we have a replay cast. Of course, this was live over the weekend, a couple of days ago even, and we were covering it behind the scenes. Of course, myself and Kuro, we were adminning the event, making sure that everything ran smoothly. Of course, because of that, we could not actually cast it live, but we're at least here to cover the replays. We're at least here to cover the replays instead. So we're here, we are ready, and we're going to be following uThermal's run, uThermal's matches coming into this. First things first, we have uThermal, of course, with his teammate, with Goblin and uThermal. They're going to be going up against the UK duo of Risky and Figaro. I believe Risky and Figaro, they're typically double. There's both Zerg players, they're both Zerg, and they are actually rolling in as Zerg. Here we go. Here we go. We have our first match, or we have our first map. Meanwhile, in the chat, big shout to Sidecons in the chat. I see Gary as well. Turbo Quacker for Jimmy. Oh my God. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Good to see you. I see Aisan as well. Bienvenidos todos. Bienvenidos. We are here. We are ready. Again, this is going to be our one and only broadcast for the day. We don't have a broadcast later on in the evening, but we're here. We are ready for some 2v2 action this morning. In the bottom right hand corner of Crimson Research Lab, we have our duo. We have a Croatian Protoss. We have our Mexican Zerg player. Oh my God, I believe he's been rolling random. But we have our Zerg and Protoss duo. It is Goblin and Mark. Here we go. And this morning, in the top left hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the Zerg duo here from the land of the UK. We have Risky and Figaro. We go. So we are going to be jumping in, and we're going to be loading into a very interesting map here. It's going to be one of the larger maps. So the map pool, likewise, shared main bases, shared natural as well. There is a pocket base here towards the left hand side, which one of the two players can take advantage of. It looks like that will be by uThermal. Again, uThermal is going to be rolling Zerg this time. I believe did pick random as the race of choice alongside Goblin, and we'll see how they do pair up against the duo of Risky and Figaro. Now, these two have been playing a lot of 2v2 as of late. They have been rising through the ranks. They're at the top of the EU ladder. I say the top, I want to say like maybe top 15-ish, top 20 on the European ladder when it comes to the 2v2 scene, the 2v2 circuit. So I'm excited to see how they fare and how they look coming into this. Oh boy. My eye is going to be on Risky and Figaro. Especially because double Zerg duos are not very common. They consider to be one of the weaker pairings, if not the weakest pairing in a 2v2, just because, I mean, for the most part, both Zerg players, they have a hard time kind of finding their own role here separate from each other and kind of covering bases. Likewise, it's important for them to get a solid economy, get a solid base count themselves, and it's important for them not to get in each other's way. Like if they both go for ground-based armies and things, and engagements can be a little bit awkward. I'm curious to see how both players diverge, especially when it comes to their tech. I'm curious. Back at home, we do have our initial opener out of Goblin. Going to be rolling up. Going to be a 2-gate opener here out of our Protoss player. Meanwhile, we do see uThermal going double hatch, going gasless, going double hatch before pool. Very greedy build here by uThermal. Does lay his gases here for as long as possible. Okay, uThermal is popping up, man. does lay his gases. So again, hyper greed. That's why Goblin did open up 2 gates. So very safe opener out of Goblin, very greedy opener out of uThermal. From here, now gases are being taken. And typically when you delay your gases in such a way, it is to try to skip tech. This could be to rush into a lair, to rush into a lair, to rush into mutaplay. This could even be to rush into roaches, could be to rush into hydras. Typically to rush into tech and to skip out on link speed. Meanwhile, speaking of skipping tech, we have a Bane bust. We have a Bane nest here from the side of Risky. Link speed is on the way. I'm curious to see if this is just defensive or if they do intend on being aggressive with Link Bane. So far, Risky Figaro keeping up here with the Adepts. They are keeping up. Likewise, Goblin just poking in. I don't believe he's seen the tech yet. Yeah, did not see the Bane in us, not for the time being. Does poke in, does poke out. Likewise, player's going to be saturating. Oracle is on the way. It's going to be a Stargate opener here out of Goblin. We'll see what Risky can get done. Dips in. Full wall. Catching with the chat. 2v2 without Zealot Rush. Weird. I don't think, I feel like, so we've been covering the 2v2 circuit for a couple of months at this point, and all-ins are quite rare. I think we did see an attempted all-in by a duo on the green map, Emerald City. That's it, Emerald City. But in general, all-ins are more of a rarity here. We often do see mid-game play, mid to late game even, when it comes to most pro level 2v2s. Rushes not too often. We have our Oracle coming in from behind so far. Yeah, finding a couple of drones, not bad. Two workers are going to be going down. Spore is turned down, and so far Risky he is holding, is keeping up. When it comes to our tech here, we're investing in 2+1 melee, so it looks like Mark is not going into his own Spire or into his own Roaches. He is in fact doubling down on Lynx, on Link Bane. Potentially Link Bane into Ultra. I'm curious to see where Mark does take us. Meanwhile, we have range on the way. We have Roach production from the side of Figaro, and from the side of Risky is still not quite committing here. So on Link Bane, still droning. So trying to keep up. Getting Thermal's 4th base, taking a lot of hits, and we might just barely not force a cancel. Is going to be saved. Again, investing into Mass Ling. You have Blink on the way from Goblin. Interesting. So Stargate opener into +1 Blink Stalkers. As it's still being active with those Oracles. Again, it's on Goblin to scout it to confirm what the Zerg players are up to. And confirm what exactly is going on. Meanwhile, we do have the Roach one on the way from Risky. So Risky, it looks like the Bailey Nest was just for safety. Just for safety, it looks like he is going into Roach Ravager. Both players are. And this is what I mentioned earlier, how things can get a little bit awkward if both players commit, both Zerg players, I mean, commit into a ground army. Roach Ravager is very much so, they have short range, they can get in each other's way. We'll see how the armies maneuver, how they're able to actually, yeah, make use of said army, make use of said engagements, maybe hit multiple locations at once. We'll see. Meanwhile, Skytos. Again, this is kind of what we expect here out of our Protoss side of things, especially coming into longer game states. When there's a reason why Protoss and Terran are kind of the strongest 2v2 team, just because they can both end up with very efficient, very cost-efficient max out armies, referring to Mech and Skytos. Right, and Skytos is kind of like the go-to here. And we have seen Protoss and Terran teams dominate in months past in the 2v2 circuit. And we have Skytos on the way for Goblin. I say Skytos on the way. We have Charge +1, Temple Archives. This might just be Mothership. This might just be the single Mothership just to support the ground army. Meanwhile, uThermal is going Link Bane into Fast Hive into Ultras. It does look like Link Bane into Ultra here from uThermal as he's headed towards that infestation bit, headed towards Hive. Meanwhile, from the side of our duo Zerg team, as we haven't seen too much aggression yet, our players have just been expanding. We've had some aggression from the Oracles, at least forcing a cancellation. Yep, there's our Mothership, so it's just a supportive Mothership here from a Goblin. And we can see uThermal threatening a dive, threatening with those links. I believe it's going to be Figaro. Yeah, Figaro is taking up into Lunkers. Meanwhile, Risky is still on Roach Ravager. Still on Roach Rav. Things they attempt to run by, they threaten Figaro. They keep them back home, they keep them pinned. Nothing major yet. Hydras are building up, getting into those lurkers. And we're still waiting for that hive, waiting for... Yeah, there we go. Waiting for the hive here from uThermal. There we go. Hive is halfway done, and he should be working towards those ultras. Now, ultras, they can break through siege lines of lurkers, but it does depend on how many lurkers there are. Oh my god! As Bailings, they pop off. uThermal attempts to go for a Ling run by. Does take some Bailings to the face, but still gets into the mineral lines. Does get in, does get a full scout, does get eyes on the Hydras. Is aware of the lurker tech. As is going to be forced back. Throughout all this, we have some Skytoss on the way, just the one Stargate. Just the one Stargate. There we go, there's the Ultra Cavern. Again, we spoke earlier about Sling Vein into Ultra. Is on the way. And it does feel like Risky is one step behind when it comes to his tech. He's also going into Hydra Lurker Viper. Both Zerg players are. The Hydra Lurker Viper tech. We'll see if he can get there. uThermal finally finding some damage, not bad. Slips into the mineral line, gets a couple of drone kills. Peels off here in between the bases, denies the forward expansion. So far, just abusing the immobility here of these roaches. And typically, at least in a 1v1 setting, uThermal, he'd be worried about a counterattack, but that's where the Protoss comes in. That's where Goblin comes in as a defensive line. As Lings are in all the mineral lines, they catch out more Hydras. Drones going to be falling left and right. I'm afraid to look here, but that's going to be 27. 27 drones going down. Very nice damage. I say that it was for 145 Lings. Like a lot of Lings have gone down. But uThermal, ideally, he wants to, spend his money. He wants to trade somewhat while he builds up into his ultras. Ultra Cavern is now done. I'll be honest, I'm still not entirely convinced in the strength of these ultras. Like, Lings are doing a great job of harassing, but they're not really going to add much to the main fight. I'll be honest. Like Goblin, it feels like he's going to have to bear the main brunt of the Zerg armies here. Lings, they can help support. I just worry about the lurker count. I just worry because both Risky and Figaro are working towards lurkers. And lurkers with their splash damage can just annihilate Lings and also ultras as well. Lurkers, they get spotted. So I'm not entirely convinced by Mark's style here, but we'll see. We'll see. Meanwhile, Go Base goes down. Meanwhile, Goblin, he's out here on his own. He's gonna get surrounded. Ooh, thankfully has Cloak. No detection. And no detection from Risky. Lings, they bust in. We get Lings in the middle line once again. We do see uThermal just harassing as much as possible. At the same time, though, here comes the main army. The Roach Lurker, even our Figaro, does bust in. The base is going to go down. And again, these ultras, they're not going to do anything here. Yeah, uThermal, he cannot fight the main army. And it looks like we're almost going for a base trade. Yeah, here we go. We have Lings busting into the mineral line. But Roaches, they will clean this up. Goblin tries to push forward, but back at home, uThermal, he will lose bases. He has lost his pockets. He cannot touch these lurkers. Would you force a recall? Yeah, Goblin forced a recall back home. Risky, he defends. These things, sure, they does a lot of economic damage, but the main army is the big problem here. It is the big problem. uThermal bleeding out another mineral line on the low ground. It does try to dive in. He'll bleed out the ultras. Another ultra goes down. At the same time, Risky pushing forward. And Goblin, he can't be at two places at once. He's trying to protect uThermal, but he can't protect himself. As it's being pulled apart. Yo, we got the Ultra waddling in. Ultra goes down. Rich Hydra diving forward. And I want to say that if uThermal and Goblin's team had a little bit more time where Goblin could build up like a death ball of a Skytoss army, then sure, it would have been okay. But again, uThermal just was a non-factor when it came to the main fight. Like the Lings, they were doing a great job harassing, but at a certain point, Figaro and Risky, they had enough. They were like, okay, just get off of me. They decided to attack, and once they did, I mean, there's just not much here. There's just not much here. Gonna be moving forward. Again, a lot of supply was spent harassing. And with that, Goblin, he will at least protect the mineral lines, protect the natural. But more base is gonna be falling. The front lines are being broken. And Risky, he is pushing in. Oh my god, it's time to get frisky because he's back. It's Risky. Let's go. It's been a long time. GG gets called. Goblin, uThermal, they both tap out. And Figaro and Risky, they take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. They do take a lead in the series. Again, I appreciate the style that uThermal and Goblin were going for. Again, it does seem like the goal there was that Goblin would be the defensive wall and uThermal would be harassing non-stop and getting economic damage and keeping the opposing players busy. And he did for a time, but eventually Risky and Figaro, again, like they had enough defending, they decided to push, decided to counterattack, and again, a lot of supply was spent when it came to those Ling harasses, or when it came to Ling harass. Back at home, the Ultra count was still building up and still not quite where it needed to be. We didn't have 3-3, and again, Ultras on their own are quite fragile units. They just could not keep up with the mass Roach Lurker. GG. GG, well played. Figaro and Risky, looking good. Looking good, looking solid here in the first game, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Again, for those that are maybe unfamiliar with our players, Figaro and Risky, they've been around for a very, very long time. Figaro infamously did eliminate Iba from, I say Iba, did do quite well in an Epic LAN a couple of months ago. I want to say like start of 2024. Figaro, he popped off. Likewise, Risky, he has been the OSC/ROA champion for many, many years. Of course, he does have New Zealand citizenship. So because of that, Risky was allowed to compete in the Oceanic region and did very well for himself there as well. That's typically where we know him from, as we of course covered the Oceanic Regionals back in the day, back in those years. But here we go, we're getting into our next game, we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right hand corner we have our duo. There we go. This time, you know, we've had enough of having fun with some Zerg. Now it's time to be serious, as we have a Protoss and Terran duo, not Protoss and Zerg. It is Goblin and uThermal. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner we have our Zerg duo here. Again, a rare sight seeing 2 Zerg players together. Last month it was Serral and Ducklings, but here we have Risky and Figaro. Let's go. As we have our hatch pool openers here all around, both Risky and Figaro expanding towards their opponents, and welcome one and all to Undercurrent. Undercurrent is the map that I believe has all the dinosaur sounds. We'll get there, we'll get there. Over here, like, over here in the corner, yeah, you can hear it. There's like a bunch of, there it is. There's a bunch of like Jurassic Park, like animalistic sounds coming from the corners of the map. I appreciate it, I appreciate it. Let's go. As again, uThermal does switch to his Terran main race instead, and we'll see how they change their approach. I mean, again, as I mentioned before, going for Skytoss and Mech, at least when it comes to late game, is kind of like the ideal where you want to be, but there is a lot of aggressive potential in the mid game here, especially when it comes to drop play. Like, drop play can be very powerful to try to pull apart the defending Zerg players. You can hear it. Oh god, it's everywhere. I can't get away from it. Oh god. So we'll see if uThermal does play Mech or does play Bio. Alright, so on uThermal. Meanwhile, Stargate Opener seems to be the go-to. Yep, Stargate Opener out of Goblin. As Oracles, they will maintain map control, maintain map vision, and keep our players safe. Ooh, as we do see Figaro going for the forward gold. Likewise, both players still expanding towards their opponents, taking their forward bases. Last game we did see Roach openers into Roach Hydra. We'll see into Lurker Tech, of course. We'll see if they head in the same direction or if either player does divert into Spire play. Meanwhile, we have confirmation. We were curious, is it going to be Bio? Is it not? It's going to be Mech. It's going to be Mech. Double factory on the way. We do see uThermal, he is meching it up. If you ever plays French, you know, wait, your name is the count. Sean Mark. Oh no. Mark. Oh no. Joan even. Ahí está. Don't worry, it took me a while too. It was Demon Mark. What do you mean? What do you mean? Double Zerg in 2v2 is brave though. Yeah, that was always exciting last month when it came to Serral and Ducklings. They did get knocked out in the semis, if I recall correctly. It was either the semis or even the quarterfinals. But it was really cool to see the Zerg duo. I believe this month Serral is not playing Zerg though. I believe they've recognized the weakness of Double Zerg, and I believe we're going to be featuring some Serral playing Protoss later on. We'll get there. Meanwhile, it's going to be Oracle first into Void Ray. Interesting. Void Ray follow-up here out of Goblin. Once again, it seems like a very safe follow-up unless we see... Oh, he's rushing it. Oh, gosh. I like how... Earlier I was like, oh no, yeah, like late game, like 2v2s here, we expect like, you know, Skytoss and Mech, but we shouldn't get there here. It's like, no, after the first loss, Goblin and uThermal, they're like, never again, Bobby. They throw down all the factories, they throw down second Stargate, Fleet Beacon, Goblin is rushing Skytoss, and of course uThermal is embracing Mech. Now he's going for a Mass Blue Flame, sorry, I should say Mass Hellion into Blue Flame. Very, very risky here, very aggressive of course, but if these Hellions don't get any damage done, I mean that's the army of uThermal, so he's quite committed here. Hellions, they move out and we'll see what they can achieve. Blue Flame is revealed, risky roaches are popping out just in time. Mineral line is safe, at least at the third, but not the natural. Yeah, natural is compromised, drone's gonna be falling. Does pull away, does save the majority of his workers, but they are lining up and Mark, he wants them. uThermal, he does chase them down. Oh. Does chase it down, will roast off the mineral line. That's going to be how many dead workers? 14! 14 drones going to be going down, and he's not done. He's not done. He does target Figaro now. Ooh, and that's going to be, what, 30 workers? Jesus! Yeah, 30 workers between the two. Very nice damage here by uThermal. Does cripple the economy, is worth it. And behind this should be switching out of Hellion into something a little bit more robust. For now though, continuing Hellion production, which won't fare too well in a head-on engagement, but remember, throughout all of this, we have Skytoss, we have carriers amassing, they're slowly building up. +1 air attack, a double carrier all on the way. Back then, I mainly played 4v4s and rushes. Yeah, all-ins are, again, as we mentioned, they're more of a rare sight here. That we don't, it's not like we never see them, but maybe like once or twice in the broadcast. Maybe there are some like specialized builds that we could see for our players. For the most part, though, we should be expecting mostly mid-game here. As we do see uThermal poke in, poke out, Void Ray just being a little bit annoying here, and there we go. We do see now uThermal switching into his tank production. Building up his tanks. Likewise, carriers are revealed. And neither Zerg player is really ready for this, by the way. Both of them went roaches. We have a Spire on the way here for Figaro. He's going Spire. And so is Risky. So again, late recognition here, late response. Two carriers are already breaking through. They bring down one of the queens, going for the spore, going for the mineral line. And I mean, the economic damage done earlier from uThermal was crazy, but now the carriers are uncontested. We have a couple of queens waddling in, but there's not that many. Yeah, there's 7 queens between the two Zerg players. Low queen count. Ooh, another queen goes down. I mean, we barely have any to begin with. Another queen falls. And these two carriers may just win the game. I'll be honest. Like, it's looking a little bit dire here. Mining is denied. Denies mining at the gold base. Both Figaro and Risky denied and stuck on 2 bases. Their third bases, there's just no mining. No economy. And uThermal comes into support. Heads for the mid. Oh no! Oh, the drones are stuck. They're trapped. There's no way out. Oh my god, they try to peel away. More drones gonna get roasted. And half of them, a third of them will escape. The Hellies are not done. They get one more volley up. Meanwhile, the carriers, they cash out whatever was at the gold. Picking off more roaches. Oh, that's going to be over 70 dead workers. And Goblin's barely lost anything, by the way. Goblin, he lost 2 probes. I believe one of them was scouting and an oracle. Goblin has been untouched. Likewise, so is uThermal. Neither Zerg player could be active at all on the map. Yeah, they could not be active. And uThermal and Goblin are looking very dominant here. Like this is a stark contrast to what we saw previously. Now we have Swarm Host on the way. Bold move. We have Swarm Host from one player. We have Mass Muta from the other. And there is potential for Mass Muta to get some kind of counter damage, that is true. But yeah, it's GG. GG, well played. There is no final fight. And with that uThermal on Goblin, they take game number 2. GG. GG, well played. And you can just see the stark contrast between game 1 and game 2, where uThermal and Goblin, they got serious. They're like, you know what? Okay, we're done with this. We're just gonna mech it up. We're gonna sky toss it up as well. Mass harass, rushing into carrier, of course, and unfortunately, Figaro and Risky, because of the economic damage, they were just stuck defending back at home. They never scouted. They never saw the sky toss transition of Goblin. They were never ready for it, and with that, GG. GG, well played. I would imagine coming into the ace match here as we're going to game 3, that Figaro and Risky, they're gonna be a lot more. I'm sure they're going to be a lot more wary here of the tech of the Protoss player, of something like a Skytoss transition, of something like mech as well. It did feel like they were caught off guard, and again, their overlords never got into the bases, so that's going to be, I mean, scouting and, of course, knowledge of what's happening in the game is going to be the next big factor here for the two of them, as that was brutal. that was a brutal game, but oh my god, GG, well played. As they will take the loss in game 2, and now we're jumping into the ace match. Whew. We'll see if they can recover. As we are loading into Emerald City. And spawning in the top left hand corner of Emerald City, we have our duo. We have our Protoss and Terran. We have Mark and Goblin. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the double Zerg players, the double Zerg duo here for the land of the UK. We have Figaro and Risky. Here we go. So 2v2 versus Toss and Spires are this late. Missed the first half of the game though. They were blindsided by the Sky Toss. Basically, they threw down the Spires when the carriers were revealed. At the start of the game, Goblin did rush carrier. Goblin, he opened Stargate, then he rushed into a fleet beacon into a second Stargate. So the carriers, they hit much earlier than normal because it was a rush out of Goblin. Neither Risky or Figaro were able to scout and able to confirm what Goblin was up to. So if you're curious why the Spires were late, that's why. It's because they were not ready for said carrier rush. Double Zerg again. Oh yes, Risky and Figaro, they're main Zerg players. They're main Zerg players. I don't know if any of them off-race. I don't know if they off-race or if they are GM with either Protoss or Terran. But it's a little bit more of a rarity to see players like off-race at a high level like that. I know that, you know, when it comes to the top, you know, we have Raynor playing Protoss, we have Clem playing Protoss, even Serral playing Protoss. But I don't think it's fair to us to expect all players to do that. Like, I don't think we expect like Goblin to like switch to Zerg or anything like that. I mean, we saw uThermal switch to Zerg, and we saw what happened there. we saw what happened when uThermal did switch things up. Ah, no. We're back to Terran. Now, I expect our two players here to have a different approach. Last game, again, we had a carrier rush. We had Blue Flame out of uThermal. I do expect our players to try to mix things up a little bit more here, just because Risky and Figaro are good enough to now be a little bit more wary, a little bit more prepared for that kind of style. So we'll see if we have like bio and drop play out of one player, or maybe even like Stargate opener into charge from the other. For now, it is going to be a Stargate opener out of Goblin, but this is standard. This is not a tell. Stargate opener into Oracle is the go-to opener here for Goblin. The question becomes, what is after this? Does he go for another Fleet Beacon, or does he go into a Twilight Council? That's a big question. That's a big question here for Goblin. Likewise, mech. Okay, we have double factory on the way for uThermal. Is going to be going into mech. The Lings, they do scout this time. So as we mentioned before, scouting was something that was lacking in game 1. Sorry, in game 2, and both Risky and Figaro, they now confirm, at least from the side of uThermal, that he is going mech, and that there's a high chance he's going Blue Flame. Hellions are building up. You can see the tech lab on the way here for an add-on swap into the initial upgrade. So both Risky and Figaro will be preparing for that. We'll be preparing. There's the add-on swap to go into Blue Flame. We have a Roach opener out of Figaro. Toss open Roach. Overlord Scout coming in. This does feel a little bit early. I mean, it is going to confirm the Stargate, but we could have expected that. It's going to be Stargate, Opener, Oracle, followed by the Void Ray. And this is why scouting was so difficult last game, is it was the Void Ray follow-up which hunted down the Overlords. And just because you have a Void Ray killing Overlords doesn't mean that it's going to be Sky Toss. All it means is that Goblin is hiding his tech. It could be something crazy, or it could be something standard. Again, it's hard to determine that. Meanwhile, Blue Flame out of uThermal, so again, same build out of uThermal. Void Ray will hunt down the Overlord, and we will need an Overseer Scout. Like, that's what Fiddle and Risky have to rely upon here. Lair is on the way initially for Risky, so Risky, it's going to be on him to morph in that Overseer to come in with the second Scout to figure out what Goblin's doing. Meanwhile, Hellions, they bust into the mineral line. Oh god, Drone's gonna get roasted already here. Yeah, last we were cutting Link production, and Drones, they pay the price. How many worker kills so far? 10! But I say 10, getting up to 12. 12 Drones go down, 5 of the Hellions get cleaned up. That was brutal, and it's the same build. Past Sleep Beacon into second Stargate into Carrier Rush. So same build from both players. We have Blue Flame from uThermal. We have a Carrier Rush out of Goblin. And the Hellions, they continue. They continue to move out. Blue Flame is about to kick in. Risky and Figo, they're having a hard time keeping up. They're right now re-droning, resaturating. The Overlords are hunted down, so they have no vision here of the Hellions. Oracle distracts. Pulling away those queens. Creating an opening. Which means Hellions, they bust into the middle line. There are a couple of Roaches to defend, but Drones are still going to go down. And the problem here is that both Risky and Figaro, they're stuck re-droning, stuck resaturating. As more workers go down here at the forward base, and the carriers are on the way. Carriers are on the way. Oof. As the aggression continues, we do have a, I believe, Blind Spire. Yeah, Blind Spire is on the way for Risky. Yeah, for Risky at the natural. At this point, I feel like this is a must. So he's going for the Blind Spire. Figaro, he is committing to just droning up and re-droning. As Hellions, they do dive into the mineral line. This time not quite getting as many workers, but a couple of drones nonetheless. Shomel does throw his Hellions away. It does scout, does confirm the Spire. Behind this, Hellion tank is building up here for uThermal. And you can see the ping. uThermal does ping and does let Goblin know about the Spire. So this might actually make Goblin switch into Void Rays or into Phoenixes. Like if it's going to be Muta or Corruptor, it might elicit a different response here out of Goblin. Already pushing out with the first two carriers. He does push out. Hellions make their way into another mineral line. Yeah, the carriers are here to support. Drone's going to get roasted once again. I'm afraid to look this time. Okay, not as dire as it was in the last game, but it's still going to be, what, over 40 dead workers. Aye. Likewise, queens are being targeted down. Spire just finished, corruptors are on the way. But this is still a very rough position for Risky and Figaro. I mean, they are behind. They've lost so many workers, and they just haven't been able to counterattack at all. I mean, again, there's a line of tanks. There's a line of siege tanks. There's, of course, carriers now as well. Roach Rombi is going to be difficult to accomplish. We can see Roaches that don't quite move out. Roach Speed's still on the way. And we have Thors in production for uThermal. Building up his Thor count, Twilight Council. This should be for Temple Archives for Archons and Storm. To support the Sky Toss. It's just a crazy effective strat, 100%. I mean, this is also why like double Zerg is not really like. There's a lot of ways to abuse double Zerg. It isn't just like the early game defense, but in general, I was trying to allude to it earlier, but like the power of Zerg in StarCraft is usually being able to out-expand your opponents, being able to mass up an army, and more importantly, remax. Like the Zerg army is meant to be weaker because you're meant to replace it and replenish it. But in 2v2s, it doesn't really, you don't really have that available to you as much. It's yeah, it's it's difficult. And again, like Serral found that out the hard way, right? Like Serral tried to play 2v2 duos last month, and Serral had a hard time. Like if Serral's struggling, then I mean, like, what are the other Zerg players gonna do, Pappy? It's a tough ask. Sculptors 8th on the dive. Oh, they do catch a carrier, not bad. They get 1, they get 2. Slow zone gets thrown down. Ooh, there's no detection. No overseer, no overseer here. Carriers are saved. The goal base is denied. We have Swarm Host on the way from Figueroa. So we have Corruptors from one, we have Swarm Host from the other. The Thors, they hold their own. Akbar's Helium Rumble as they continue here. Oof. And this main army, I mean, we're getting to the ideal. We're getting to like the ideal late game composition of Skytoss and Mech, of just tank lines and Thors alongside Skytoss and I would argue, yeah, Storm and Archon support. Storm is on the way. We're getting to like the perfect army. And they're almost there. Now, Swarm Hosts are a really interesting idea to deal with this. The goal, of course, is when it comes to this army, both Mech and Skytoss, they're relatively immobile. Sure, there are recalls. Like, recalls is probably like the most mobile part of this. But for the most part, you can try to catch some of these fringe bases off guard. That would be the goal for the Swarm Host, to keep the Protoss and Terran players' economy in check, to keep them pinned back, and to be able to facilitate like a greater economy from the Zerg side. Go Locust Wave towards the gold. Thors are in position. Yeah, Thors are here. There's the cloak. Locust Wave does nothing. Takes down not even a cannon. I think maybe got a turret. Maybe. But the hope with the Swarm Host is we attack wherever the main army isn't. Unfortunately, the main army was here. It was unfortunately, yeah, Goblin and uThermal, they were in position. They shut down the Locust Wave, and here they come. Here they come. Now, Risky and Figueroa, they are maxed out. They're maxed out themselves. They have comparable army sizes, but they're stuck with Corruptor and Viper. There's a couple of lurkers. We have the Locust Wave coming in, and the Locust Wave ideally can catch out these Thors. Ideally. The problem is there's a lot of Storm. There's a lot of Storm support. Locust Wave is coming in. Show us the Storms. Ooh, as they collapse over the High Templar, there's a first Storm. Cloak gets activated, and oh, Jesus. The Locust Wave just melts. Yeah, the Storm was brutal. The Storms were there. Roach counterattack, trying to force the army back home. And Goblin uThermal, they break through. They break through the defensive line. They take down the center expansion. Corruptors are looking for a way in, but they're being zoned away by the Thors and by the High Templar. Oh, gets a yoink, gets one. Gets one carrier. Thors rotates. uThermal and Goblin, the armies, they are split up for a moment here, but they can hold their own. They can hold their own. We have Swarmers getting ready, coming in from behind. Hoping to surround that ground army. Locust Wave is coming in. Never mind. So Locust Wave does push forward. There's the cloak. Zero detection. The Locust Wave does nothing. No. Again, there just is no detection. It's a good supportive unit. It's good. Solid. You protect. Yeah, and together they will take down these northern bases. We do have a Broodlord Corruptor Viper building up here for Risky. He's attempting to. Meanwhile, Figaro, the unfortunate thing here for Figaro is that he invested very heavily into Mass Swarmhost and it just hasn't paid off. The reality is it just has not paid off. He's killed like maybe a couple of High Templar here and there. It just hasn't really been too impactful when it comes to the main fights. He's going for it though. He's going for the wave. Ooh. Yeah, mass feedback here on the Vipers. High Templar go down. Not a bad fight. Not a bad pickup. But the Thors are coming in. Local save goes down. Yeah, GG gets called. That's all that the Zerg duo had left. And Goblin and Mark will take game number 3 and the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. uThermal, Goblin going for the same opener, going for the same build 2 games in a row. This time, Risky and Figaro, they were better prepared for it. They didn't just topple over like we saw in game 2, but unfortunately, again, they weren't able to really find the damage that we're hoping for. I'm specifically referring to the Swarm Hosts. The Swarm Hosts, like, they just weren't very impactful. There was potential, 100%, there was potential to snipe bases, to maybe pick up some key units here and there, but they just were not able to when it came to the main engagements. Again, Goblin, he was always on point with that cloak, always on point with that slow zone, with his spellcasters in general. Likewise, unfortunately, the Locust Waves would, whenever they tried to counterattack across the map, there was always a main army waiting for them, and they just weren't able to really find the damage they were hoping for. GG, well played. Whew. With that, uThermal and Goblin will take the series, will advance on into the quarterfinals, and we're going to be following them into that next series. Let's go. Let us go. I like these two too. It's interesting. Yeah. I mean, again, like double Zerg pairings are they're a rare sight. They're very rare. We don't really expect to see them. So it's always exciting to catch them whenever we can. But I feel like whenever we do see them like this, there's a reason why they're a rare sight. Like typically, having a more diverse pairing is stronger. I mean, in general, like mirror matchups, even like double Terran players and double Protoss players, they struggle a little bit more. Less so than double Zerg, but you know, there's typically more success here with a more diverse team. As we're getting into our next game, we're going to be following uThermal and Goblin, and we did mention his name earlier, Serral and Zhugelang. Let's go. Now, Serral and Zhugelang, they played in last month's tournaments. They played in the February edition, and I was referring earlier how, if even Serral's team couldn't do double Zerg, then, I mean, it's hard to expect anyone else to. They did go quite far, though. They went quite far with double Zerg. I think they made it to the semis, maybe just to the quarterfinals, as we're here in the quarterfinals. And they did find some success, but they got knocked out in the end. And as a result, as they come into March, we actually have a different setup here. Serral is not playing Zerg, he's playing Protoss. So Serral, he is switching to Protoss here for the 2v2s. And likewise, Mark is switching to Zerg. Okay, let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Breakwater, we have our duo themselves. We have uThermal and Goblin as Zerg and Protoss. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Finnish duo themselves. We have the blue Zerg player in Zhugelang, and we have the blue Protoss player in Serral. Here we go. So again, we haven't seen too much of Serral's Protoss, but he has deemed it worthy enough to play here in this 2v2 event alongside his teammates. Again, Zhugelang has been around for a very, very long time. If you were watching Nation Wars, for example, back in the day, Zhugelang, he was the ace player of Team Finland, where Serral and where I want to say Wellmu was the other player, could be mistaken, but where Serral and Wellmu were struggling, that's when Zhugelang, that's where he popped up. Infamously, of course, he defeated Su in Nation Wars. The ace player, Pappy, let's go. Also had some infamous ceremonies when it came to Nation Wars. Yo, I miss Nation Wars. It's been a long time. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But it's great to see him back. Again, Ducklings, for the most part, he's retired. He did retire from competitive play, but he recently returned for these 2v2s, for the 2v2s with Serral. So it's great to see these old friends still competing together. Serral, he drags Ducklings out of retirement. He's like, I need a pair. I need a duo. I need a teammate. Ducklings, he's like, what about Rainer? And Serral's like, oh, he's lost in the rift. he's in the rift. I need the next best thing. I need Ducklings. Fair enough, fair enough. Feels Rainer, man. Feels Rainer, man. As we are going to be opening up, we do see Mark, uThermal, going for a double hatch opener before pool, before gas. A very greedy build. I should say, sorry, hatch, pool, hatch opener here out of Mark. But very greedy, going gasless. Meanwhile, Serral going for a standard opener. Sorry, I should say Ducklings going for standard opener, hatch gas pull out of our finished Zerg player, likewise double gate out of Serral. Interesting. So 2-gate opener here, going double adept into Twilight Council from Goblin. Okay, so 2-gate opener out of Serral is a little bit more assertive, a little bit more aggressive here. Moving out with the initial stalkers, hunting down overlords. Meanwhile, Goblin going to be opening up double gateway into Twilight Council. Very interesting. Into Blink, I would imagine. Overlords are being hunted down. Bathing us from Ducklings. Ooh, are we going for a rush? I mentioned earlier that all-ins are a little bit more of a rarer sight. But Ducklings, there's no reason to get a Bathing us this early on without good reason. So I'm leaning towards a Bane Bust. Another Overlord is being called out. Serral, he's denying vision, denying scouting. Goblin moving in with double adept. But Serral keeps up. Serral is keeping up, and oh, okay, I assumed it was going to be Blink. DT's a Dark Shrine opener here by Goblin. Very cheeky build from our Croatian Protoss player. This is all on one base, by the way. He is not expanded. He has no natural. Oh my god. He has no natural, and here comes the Bane Bust. The Bane Bust is coming. We have Ducklings committing. Likewise, Serral does throw down, I believe, a 3rd gateway. And Serral, he also moves out. Yeah, proxy 3rd gate to reinforce, and it's going to be all or nothing. So Ducklings going for the all-in. And can they hold on? DTs, they will help, but the Dark Shrine is not ready. Yeah, the Dark Shrine is not ready. uThermal doesn't even have link speed. No shot. the greed out of uThermal. Remember, he did open up gases, so he has 0 link speed. He has no Banelings himself. Banelings, they do waddle in. They're going for the mineral, they're going for the drones. Ooh, and they will connect. Yeah, brutal connections. Drones do go down. And uThermal, he has been far too greedy here. He has slow links to support. He barely has anything to support, really. Dark Shrine is now done. We have adepts across the map. They are getting some damage done, don't get me wrong. DT to defend. Uh-oh. And the Dark Templar. Are they going to be enough? As there's just so many links and so many stalkers. As Serral pushing forward, cashes out the overlords. Oof. Going for the expansions. We can see uThermal trying to hold on here with his lings, doing whatever he can, but he will lose everything. He'll lose everything here at the 3rd, everything at the natural. Meanwhile, detection's on the way. We have a Robo from Serral. We have the Lair from Ducklings. And DTs may eventually defend, but I don't think it's going to stop these bases from going down. As her 3rd hatchery falls. Ducklings retreats. Goblin, he's got a lot of work to do with this Dark Templar. Let's go. DTs, they move out. They're going for the Robo. Let's go. Robo's under fire. But there are spores. There are spores. Lair's almost done. Lings, they do... Oh, try to hit the natural. Stalkers are still across the map. Serral did not turn around. And he's going for the natural. Yeah, he's just crippling uThermal. And the natural base is going to fall. uThermal, he will kill the 3rd of Ducklings. Or he tries to. Nah, he's not going to get it. Not going to get it. Robo did go down. Serral, he is struggling to deal with this. But the spore's in position. Whew. Serral, he defends. Overseer's on the way. And once the Overseers arrive, that's the only thing keeping uThermal and Goblin in this game, is the Dark Templar. And does get the surround, almost. I mean, these aren't the worst trades. They're catching out Serral, they're forcing the recall. That's what, 3 Stalkers escaping. But Zhuge he's getting out of hand. He's getting out of control. Overseer defends. Zhuge he moves out to catch out the army. Waiting for support. Waiting for the Overseers. There's a recall. And I don't see uThermal or Goblin ever expanding. Like, they're going to be stuck on one base. They're going to try to. Stalkers get caught out. Blink is just out finishing. Not bad. Blink does finish up in time. Okay, okay. Goblin, he can hold his own. Thermal goes for a run by. Serral, he does hold. Does deflect. Zhuge races back home. Hey, that uThermal, Goblin, they're expanding. They're getting their naturals. Let's go. They're getting their natural bases. They're getting a couple of worker kills. We're in a really weird game state here. I still do give the edge here to both Zhuge and Serral, 100%. I do give them the edge. But Serral, he's only on one base. He doesn't have his own natural. Zhuge gonna be carrying. I mean, hey, he's the ace from Finland, true. Let's go. You don't get better than Zhuge. He's moving out. Serral coming into support. Hey, he's got his 1 immortal. Does engage with the main army. Oof. Archon's throwing away the Link Bane. Nice target firing there on the Immortal. Oof. Spaniards do crash in. Yeah, and with that Goblin, he should be able to hold on. Lings, they attempt to reinforce, but alas, Serral just doesn't have enough Stalkers. It doesn't have enough. Gonna be forced back. Whew, Goblin, he's holding. And GG gets caught. Let's go. He holds. He survives. He gets his natural. Whew. And Goblin and uThermal, they take game 1. Oh my god. GG. GG, well played. Very intense game there. Again, a Goblin, he was able to make use of those DTs. Those Archons did a great job at zoning away the Link Bane, at protecting his Stalkers. uThermal, yeah, he had his role with his Link Bane for sure. But for the most part, Goblin, he was able to make that stand, able to pull off that defense. More importantly, get his natural. Zhuge and Serral, they were all in. They were completely all in. Remember, Serral, he's on one base. He was on one base. He had no expansion. He had no natural. So Serral didn't really have any longevity in that game. It was all or nothing. And GG. GG, well played. Whew. That was close. GG, well played. uThermal Goblin, they take game 1. That leads us here into game number 2. It's going to be on Emerald City. And again, I'll be honest, like after they lost their expansions, I wasn't really having too much faith, but alas, in the end, the DTs, they bought enough time, and they did save that natural. That leads us here to our next, oh, okay. I think after game 1, uThermal, he's like, I want to play some StarCraft. True, let's go. As in the top left-hand corner, we have our duo. We have our Terran and Protoss, not Terran and Zerg this, sorry, not Protoss and Zerg this time. We have uThermal and Goblin. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent, we have their opponents, we have the Finnish team here. We have Serral and Zhuge. Whew. Let's go. Oh my god. Serral is going to be opening up on the low ground. Interesting. Setting up his gateway. Setting up here on Emerald City. I know that Serral and Zhuge, they have been playing some 2v2s. They've been cooking. Let him cook. Bappy, let him cook. So now setting up in the low ground. And we'll see how both uThermal and Goblin will approach this. Now, against the double Zerg teams, they were very much so willing to embrace Skytos and Mech. That is true. But against a Protoss opponent, that does complicate things. As Mech is going to be less effective. Less effective against Protoss, straight up. And likewise, if we see Skytos from one, we could see a Skytos response out of Serral as well. So we'll see if maybe Mark does open up Bio instead. Does open up, yeah, with additional Raxes instead of additional factories. We'll keep an eye on it. For now, is going to be a Rax into factory opener out of uThermal. Interesting. Does open Rack's factory. Throws down the safety bunker as well. Looks like they're reading this as a hyper-aggressive opener, and it is 2-gate. It's a 2-gate opener out of Serral. Meanwhile, Zhuge does expand. He does go for a later hatchery, though. Does open up gas first. Ooh. So gas first opener here, and Goblin, yeah, scouted. Yeah, they scouted. That's why they're responding the way they are. They're fully walling up, fully walling off. Gas first usually means Bane Bust or Roach Rush, as Link Speed is on the way, and Zhuge he stays in gas as well. Does stay in gas. Meanwhile, Serral, he expands. So 2-gate opener, Serral, he's expanding. So far, Zhuge he's droning up. So this is a fake out, but this might just be a fake out because of the scout. Jesus, as we are very much so reacting quite hard to this. With the bunker, with the shield battery, double pylon, staying on one base, delayed CC out of uThermal. So far, so good. Meanwhile, Stargate opener out of Goblin. More of what we expect in a more standard game. But again, this is a very strong reaction. And the Goblin, he does probe scout. He probe scouts, he does confirm the timing of the hatchery. The third. Doesn't get eyes on saturation. But for the most part, they should recognize, oh, okay, like they're taking a third base, they're expanding, they're probably macroing. It's time to expand as well. They will take their natural. Natural's on the way. Yep, because they're behind, uThermal double expanding. Getting his natural and his third CC at the same time. Again, they are falling behind economically, so you have to do something to recover. And it is going to be mech. Okay, uThermal is going double factory into mech. The Link Scout does confirm the second factory. So the Finnish duo are more or less aware. Meanwhile, it is going to be Blink out of Serral, not Stargate. So Twilight counts with the Blink and the Blink Stalkers. Hallucination Scout gets eyes on the main base of Goblin. Goblin does make his way across the map. So far, Serral is keeping up. Does keep up, does zone away. Serral, he defends his main. And I'm curious to see how Zhuge will open up himself. We saw Bane Bust in the first game, of course, we saw some cheese. But here, so far, just running. There's no tech. There's no tech. There's no lair. I mean, Zhuge has a lot of gas. I will say that. A lot of gas, and more gases are being taken, and now we see why. Roach Warren. So it's going to be Roach play out of Zhuge. Hellions, they go for the dive. They get one. They get a couple of drone kills. Not bad. 2, 3, 4 drones going down. Getting up to 6. Ooh, getting up to 8. 9 drone kills. Nice damage here by uThermal. A strong start. We've seen this before. As Double Oracle hits Serral. Yeah, Serral getting pulled apart. So is Zhuge bleeding out a lot of workers. That's going to be how many? That's going to be, oh my god. Going to be 16 kills in total. Nice rising damage so far. Serral is building up. Catching out the Hellions. Not bad. They keep up with the rotation. uThermal, he pings the Queens. The Queens make it look like it's going to be a Roach all in. Roach all in here out of Zhuge. And it may just be because Zhuge has no lair. I'm a little bit... Yeah, no lair. No lair. It's going to be Roach, Link, Queen all in. And uThermal and Goblin, they notice. Yep, they notice in time. They throw down the stasis traps. Very nice scouting. I mean, again, hey, they saw the Queen. So they are preparing. Building up their tanks, throwing down their stasis traps. Third base is exposed, but the tanks will look to defend it. And the Hellions, they confirm. They confirm the rush. Serral and Zhuge, can they go for the kill? There are stasis traps. Does he notice? I think he does. So we have a field of stasis traps covering the army. Yeah, Serral, he pings. Ravagers are coming in. They deal with the first stasis. First stasis goes down. There's still, what, 3 more behind this. Does Zhuge notice? Oh! Going for the pylon, baits out of stasis, one stasis left. The tank's getting a lot of damage done, but Serral, he blinks in, he goes to the dive, he gets one, he gets two. Takes down two tanks, can he get the rest though? Barely gets three. Three tanks go down, Serral running out of stalkers. As they're trying to force their way in, another tank goes down, there's one tank left. And the low ground is going to be defended. Yeah, Goblin, they have enough. It's going to be close though, stasis is running out. Yeah, Serral bleeding out their stalkers, running out of Ravagers. And with that, they have defended, they have protected the third base. Serral and Goblin, they're running out of steam. Sorry, Goblin. Serral and Ziggylang. Running out of steam, flooding with more Lings. Lings, they can help support. Behind the Ziggylang, he's joining. He's joining up. Remember, the lair is just so late. The lair is late, third base untouched. uThermal fully saturated. Ziggylang does notice. Going for a Ling run-by. Going for the run-by, they have to do something about the economy. They get scouted. Hellions, they confirm. Stalkers are trying to keep up. Lings go for the mineral line. And uThermal, he has to evacuate. Does pull away. Does pull away in time. Behind this, what our economy is looking like, it's under 3 base saturation. Working out's actually quite similar here between both players. But uThermal, once he can get that third base up and running, he can skyrocket ahead. He's close, throwing down more factories, building up his tank count. Again, that was a clutch defense, but again, we saw Serral and Ziggylang pushing up a ramp into, what, 4 or 5 tanks. Didn't quite work out for them. To pull away. Pull back. Droning, saturating. We do have Infestation Bit on the way here for Ziggylang. Still Roach Ravager. Likewise, Gateway Army out of Serral going Stalker into charge. Wait, no, sorry, that's Goblin going into charge. Ooh, and I was curious what the Infestation Bit was going to be for. Was it for Hive? No, it's for Swarmhost. Swarmhost on the way for Ziggylang. It's a good way to take advantage of a lower economy, as Swarmhost, they can gain value over time. We did see a lackluster performance of Swarmhost earlier in the hands of Figaro. Figaro had a hard time making use of those Swarmhosts. We'll see if Ziggylang fares better. You know, Serral going into his Robotech, into a Dark Shrine as well. Looking for ways to come back. Catching at the Hellions. Catching out some of the Hellions. More Swarmhosts are amassing. Serral is still just committing here to a gateway composition. Just pure gateway, man. Let's go. Ziggylang, he does spot the gold, and he's moving in position. Swarmhost is still in the center. I'm still just waiting for to see their rotation, whether they go for the base of uThermal or for the gold. Hellions are dealt with. Likewise, Stargate on the way for Serral. You're always thinking about Skytoss. Ah, he's going full Protoss. Let's go. It's the Serral. Meanwhile, uThermal and Goblin, they push right down mid, right through the center. I don't think they know they're pushing into Swarmhost, and unlike in the previous game, it's a ground army for both players. There's no Skytoss, so these Swarmhosts, they can catch more damage, or they can just trade better here. And they're going for the tanks. The last tanks, they run into the Stalkers. Swarmhost, they're not really getting any damage though. uThermal does pull away in time. We'll bleed out maybe one. Yeah, one tank goes down. Meanwhile, Serral going for a counterattack. Gold base is denied. And Serral, he will get the mineral line. He will look to get the mineral line. Denies the third base of uThermal. Thermal, he pulls away. Golem pushing in. Locust Wave is about to reset. And this time uThermal, he commits in. uThermal, Goblin, they commit into the army. Locust Wave will gain value. Dives on the Stalkers. Oof. Pushing forward. Hellbats are in position. Not bad. They defend the tanks. Meanwhile, uThermal running out of tanks here. Please had a lot of them. Still pushing through. At the same time, soldiers across the map they get defended against. Goblin and uThermal, they're breaking through. They're breaking through the expansion, getting into that third base. Serral just can't engage. There's just too many tanks. Comes in from behind, though. It comes in from behind. The tanks are going to fall. Nice cleanup. Does clean up all the tanks. Going for a counterattack. Swarm host, they're still ready. Bear that in mind. Not a single swarm has gone down so far. They still have value. They're going for the gold. Or the main army. Where are we headed? Headed for the gold base. Hellions are caught out. Oh! I saw the swarm host. Massive catch here for Goblin. Oh, some mispiling here. Every single swarm is going to go down. Oh my god! Yeah, brutal losses here for Ducklings. He's been building up the entire time. Meanwhile, gets the expansion. Gold base is denied. Goblin down to 3 bases. Top right should be denied as well. Same time, warping into the main. Recall versus recall. uThermal's tank count was reset, but he's back up. He's back up to how many? Back up to 13 tanks. Goblin has his mass gateway composition as well. Yo, we have the 1 DT. Forcing out scans. Keeping uThermal and Goblin back. Does keep them pinned. Ducklings down to how many? Down to 9 swarm hosts. Sort of Ravager. Trying to catch out Goblin. Again, Serral coming in for support. There's tanks on the high ground. Yeah, Thermal does siege. Here comes that Locust Wave going for the tanks. It doesn't quite get them. Defends against the Locust Wave. What's important though here is that the gold base is going to be denied, at least up there. That's their hope. Not quite able to. Milestone away. Massive Hellion counterattack. Does not get into the mineral lines, not yet. Trying to rush past. And does bust in. Not too many drones here though. 8 drones. 8 drones going to be going down. Likewise, Zealot run by into the main. Zealot drop even. Wreaking more havoc. Forcing Serral all the way back home. Ducklings as well. And this allows Goblin to expand. Oh, that's 2-2 denied. Denies the upgrades. Goblin, he takes the gold. uThermal takes the center expansion. They have a solid economy. They're looking good. Catching out more swarm. Oh no! Catching out the final swarm host. But Goblin is out of position and he just recalled. Goblin here just recalled. So he will lose both expansions here. I say that. Oh, coming in to try to save it. The Nexus is going to go down. Ducklings, he trades. Nice soldiers. Soldiers there from a Goblin. Avoids the vials. Stalkers are coming from behind. They focus on the Immortals. And nice Pigos there from Serral. Well, the most important thing here is that Goblin, he still can't expand. He's still stuck on 3 bases. He's still stuck on a 2-base economy at this point. He just wants the gold. He wants the gold base. Goblin getting bullied. Meanwhile, I mean, uThermal had to reposition. He had to reposition to protect the gold. That means the planetary is going to go down. Nice rotations here by Serral and by Ducklings. Ducklings even. Knocking down 2 bases. Keeping Goblin and uThermal pinned back home. Now pinned back. Again, most of the tanks over on the right hand side. They have to reposition. Thermal moving forward. He's spotted. He's spotted once again. Ooh, this time he gets punished. Goblin beating out his Hellions. Local save comes in, going for the expansion. This time we'll knock at the Nexus. Gets low. Nexus does get low. by Stalkers, they poke in. Jesus, we're built back up into Swarmhost. 27 Swarm, oh my god. He's back. The Swarmhosts have returned in the base. It's gonna go down. It's gonna go down once again. This time going for the mineral line first. Likewise, Storm Locust Waves. They deny any kind of reinforcements. Stalkers, they dive in. And how the turns have tabled. Goblin and uThermal, they're just stuck at home. They're stuck defending. They just cannot expand, cannot saturate. uThermal, at least he has an economy. Goblin does not. And Goblin, his army size reflects that. He just cannot reinforce. Goblin, he's not really going to be a part of the next big fight. uThermal, he's maxing out. But Goblin, he just cannot sustain himself. Not like this. Oh. Getting another tank. Again, this is all just value, forcing friendly fire onto the Stalker army as well. We have attempted lurker switch here on Ducklings. Meanwhile, Serral getting into Sky Toss, fleet beacons on the way, second Stargate. At this point, uThermal's most likely feeding Goblin, giving him resources. And the creep is getting out of hand. Denying the expansions. Meanwhile, we have another Locust Wave. Locust Wave comes in. Trading with mainly Hellbats. Gets an Archon. Gets an Archon. uThermal's pushing in. There is at least some Immortal support. But here we go. Can uThermal pull this off? Oh, bleeds out a Thor. You can see the role here for Ducklings and Serral is just pick off one unit at a time. Pick off a Thor, pick off a tank. Just slow uThermal down. As oh god, as you cannot fight within range of the tanks. Jesus. You cannot fight within range. It's not gonna happen. That's an impressive tank count. Goblin pushing forward, takes down the Roach Ravager. Locust Wave is getting ready. Gets a Thor. Gets one, gets two. Going for the Immortals as well, getting a third Thor. Nice pickups, takes down most of the Immortals even. And Goblin, he will lose everything. He'll lose everything. They're fighting out of range of the tanks are too far back. Where are the tanks? They're not a part of the fight. Alas, uThermal, he was distracted. Yeah, Serral just going for a counterattack, catching reinforcements. Nice pickups. Going for the Thors. uThermal and Goblin, they just a rough fight here. A rough fight out of range of the tanks. Dark Templar are dealt with. Another CC goes down. Goblin uThermal, they're forced into an all-in. Yeah, they're out of money. They're broke. Locust Wave from behind. Gets another tank. Tempest rallies in. But honestly, really nice handling of the situation here from Serral and Ducklings. Just mass counterattacks, run-bys. Doing their best to avoid the tanks. As they pick up another two tanks. Temps are building up. Now the CC goes down. Waiting for that next Locust Wave. Biles, they get another tank. And just over time, uThermal, he's just bleeding out his army. Oh, another Locust Wave comes in. Gets a Thor. Takes down the Stalkers. Does force them back. Another CC falls. There's nothing left. GG gets called. They get broken. And with that, Serral and Ducklings, they force the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. They do tie things up. Again, a very intense game. There were definitely strong moments for both Goblin and uThermal, especially when it came to their first push, their first main move out. Winding it back, remember, Serral and Ducklings, they started this game with an all-in. They went for a very committed all-in across the map at the third base of Goblin. They failed to break the third. They failed to break the tank line. And uThermal and Goblin, they had a stronger start. They had a better start. And with that lead, they were going for run-bys, going for counterattacks. Alas, they were eventually pulled apart, though. They just could not take their third and fourth bases. They couldn't expand. Specifically their fourth bases. They just could not hold on to their fourth bases. The Stalker counterattacks, the Locust Waves as well, just denied that from happening. And with that, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game 3. We're going to be loading into Crimson Research Lab. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Crimson Research Lab, we have the Protoss and Terran duo. We have Goblin and uThermal. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the Protoss and Zerg duo. We have Serral and Ducklings. Here we go. And we have a series. We have a back and forth. We're going all the way to the ace match. Welcome one and all to Crimson Research Lab. A very interesting map. We do have shared main bases, we have shared naturals, and we have a pocket base available to one of our players as well. There is that pocket base. We'll see if Ducklings is greedy. We'll see if he does open up gasless. For now, going hatch first. Likewise, we have standard openers all around. Going for a single gas geyser so far. Looks like economic starts. Now, if I were a Goblin and uThermal, I'd be wary about being too greedy, just because, as a reminder, game 1, they were all in. Remember, Serral and Ducklings, they did go for an all-in game 1. They committed to essentially a 1-base all-in. In game 2, it was more like a 2.5-base all-in between the players. But just really a lot of aggression. A lot of aggression between Serral and Ducklings, both in game 1 and game 2. So I wouldn't blame Goblin and uThermal being wary here. As, yeah, uThermal, he does open up racks into factory. So going to be a factory follow-up. Delayed CC for uThermal. Meanwhile, Goblin going for the natural. Sorry, just opening the door. It's actually quite hot today. Land of Australia. And here we go, CC on the high ground. So again, just a more safe opener here from uThermal, going factory first into delayed CC. Goblin going for standard opener himself, going for the Twilight Council. So we have our tech of choice here from Goblin, going Twilight Council most likely into Blink. Meanwhile, we do see across the map hatch gas pull into a third base. Nothing crazy out of Ducklings. Likewise, double gate opener out of Serral. Interesting. Moving out with his Stalkers. We've seen time and time again, he's just searching for any stray units, denying any kind of scouting, keeping both Mark and Goblin in the dark. As Serral does fan out. Ooh, and is... Okay. Tells me now. For a moment there, I was like, oh, is that a pylon? No, no, no. We're good. Overlord. Overlord instead. As Serral, he will miss the Hellions just barely. Does miss them. uThermal pings. He did not. Did not miss his Stalkers. From the side of Goblin, I assumed it was going to be Blink. No, it is going to be a Dark Shrine instead. So DT opener out of Goblin. Cheeky start. Cheeky moves. Going for the Dark Shrine. We'll see if he goes unscouted. Meanwhile, Ducklings, he does somewhat drone, but we have some safety links on the way. Is moving out with, I say safety links, is going for aggression. They're going for the natural. We have a massive amount of links and our vanilla Stalkers here from Serral. Now Serral, he is expanding behind this, going for his Twilight Council. Oh, he gets locked in. Very nice force fields. Remember, there is no blink. Serral, he will bleed out one of the Stalkers. Tank does siege. And Serral has to get the hell out of here. Bleeds out a second Stalker. Another force field. Yeah, Serral is locked down, but they do take down the natural. And with that, uThermal and Goblin, they're stuck on one base. Hellions race back. Gonna be cleaned up. As the armies are forced back home. Zugalang, he did invest into an extra wave of Lings. My biggest concern, of course, is the Dark Shrine. DTs are going to be ready here, and there is zero detection for the team of Serral and Zugalang. We have some safety spores on the way that will help, at least the Zerg side of things. What about the Protoss? I don't see a Robo. Don't see a Robo here from Serral. Ling pokes in. Setting up back at home. There's our proxy pylons warping across the map. This is giving more time for Serral to maybe get a Robo. Elazer is at least on the way. This is not going to be easy. Not going to be an easy defense. Again, the Dark Shrine has been up for quite some time, but still no Dark Templar. There they come. They're warping in. And they're moving out. And they should be heading for Serral. As there's a higher chance that Serral does not have detection. Oh, how about there's a spore on the ramp? That was the ping earlier. Yeah, the spore on the ramp. DTs, they confirm, or the hallucination confirms. There's no way in. Wow, there's no way in. The spore positioning too good. At DTs, they rotate over. They reveal themselves here at the rocks. Zugalang, I'm sure he's aware. Hopefully they notice, as there is no low position. So we are working through those rocks. Lair is now done. Zugalang taking up into Ling Bane. Okay, notices. Does notice. And with that, the DC opener here of Goblin didn't really work out. Did not work out in the end. With that, his tech is going to be delayed. Getting into his gateway composition. Meanwhile, for the first time, we have some bio. For the first time here, uThermal, he does open up with extra Vaxes, does open up with Stim. As we've been seeing a lot of mech today from uThermal, not this time. Here we go. Hallucination goes in. Serral, he of course confirms the main, gets eyes on the setup, confirms the bio as well. Very important. They are now aware that uThermal for the first time is not playing mech. Oh no. You know what? I was going, oh no. Serral, he's covered in creep, but I think he likes it. I think he does like it as he'll blink over the wall. Threatens Goblin. Nice pickles here. Catches out some of the Stalkers. Catches out a Sentry. He does a Stalker of his own. But yeah, Serral, he asks Zugalang, yo, can you cover me in creep? I feel like unclean. I feel wrong here as Protoss. I got you, Pappy, I got you. I'll cover you up. Beautiful. Aye. Zugalang is here for Serral. Is here for him. Meanwhile, we do see Zugalang going Ling Main Hydra. So Ling Main Hydra here out of our Zerg player. Meanwhile, Serral himself going into a more... I was going to say gateway composition. Stargate is on the way. This could be the beginning of Skytoss. Could be the beginning. Working towards a fleet beacon. uThermal fanning out. Likewise, Goblin going for his own gateway composition into charge. So Blink Stalkers into charge dots into potentially Archon production here from Goblin. uThermal's being active, he gets spotted by the Lings. I mean, again, Zugalang, he's all over the map here with his Lings, he sees everything. Does confirm. Pulls together his army. So I needed his safe space. He did. He's like, I feel dirty as Protoss. Can you cover me in creep and cleanse me? It's beautiful. Both Serral and Zugalang setting up. I was curious as to what was... There we go. I was like... I was curious what was going to be done with the Stargate. Second Stargate's on the way. Fleet Beacon as well. It's going to be Skytoss. So Serral is building up towards Skytoss. Getting into his final form. Meanwhile, we have the initial bio opener here from uThermal, which didn't really achieve too much here, was somewhat active on the map. Somewhat. So now they're just being more defensive. Because of this, both Goblin and uThermal, they are relinquishing map control. Ducklings and Serral, they've claimed that, taking more bases, taking more expansions, having more free reign, going for the gold. Tempest production has begun for Serral, building up his Tempest, getting to Storm. Gearing up, getting into his own Storm, getting to Tectonic Destabilizers. Well, they do collapse on the army. The tanks are exposed. The tanks are going to go down. Yeah, uThermal otherwise out of position. He was further back. Tank count gets reset. Does go back to the ramp. Will defend, but the base is denied. Oh my god, mineral line goes down as well. And this is all that Serral and Ducklings have to do is deny the center base. Deny the expansion. Meanwhile, they do trigger a counterattack. Goblin, they break out. They break out. We need more Ling Bane. Ducklings can spend a lot of his supply here harassing the economy. We'll take down the Zealots. Zealots, they do fall. Likewise, Ducklings, Serral, they are building up their forces. Tempests are revealed. But now we're at the Sky Toss. And uThermal and Goblin, they don't stop. They keep pushing. They want to punish, they want to break the expansion. I mean, now Goblin does have tank support. Tanks are here, tanks are supporting. Goblin dealing with Ducklings. Oh, Storm goes off. uThermal trying to deal with Serral. Forcing him further back, does stim. Oh my god, he does stim very far in. Oh no! Gonna get surrounded. Baileys, they crash on in, and they shut down the bio. uThermal is on his own. And Goblin, he gets the expansion, but uThermal, he will lose his bio. He'll lose everything here. The Marines, the Marauders, he got a little bit too excited. He dove too far in. And uThermal, he will lose his army, he will lose his tanks. They do get the expansion, but they have to get the hell out of here. As a recall back home. He's also harassing the mineral line. And now it's time for Serral to push out. Now he's built up his Tempest. Tempests have arrived. Gets 2 more tanks. Center expansion still not yet up and running. And Serral's maxed. Oh god, god. Serral, he's maxed out. He's got his Tempest, he's got his charge lots. Ducklings has been struggling. Did lose his gold base, of course. Did lose his expansion. And in general, Ling Bane isn't really an army that has much longevity. It's an army that trades. But there it is. Ducklings has been building up towards Ultras. Ultras are now on the way. This is Ducklings' final form. Oh, meanwhile, Goblin gets 1, gets 2 Tempest. 2 Tempest. Oh god, rushing through the storms. Takes down the High Templar. Takes down the Templar. Meanwhile, the mineral line is falling. Yes, Serral and Ducklings together, they bring down the expansion. Yeah, they're hindering Goblin. Goblin, he has to respond. He does fall back. Does fall back to defend. Ultras have arrived. Getting behind the mineral line. Some cheeky moves. Trading out some of these stalkers. Bringing up supply for more Tempest, for more High Templar. Again, soldiers for finding his army. Oof. He's got his 2 High Templar to defend. Yo, Serral. He's playing Protoss. He's let's go. Defends the Southern Expansion. Ultras moving in once again. They do spot the Ultras. Goblin, he has to race back to defend. I mean, the problem here is that Goblin, he lost control of the pocket base, so this is just a big opening here into their naturals. So Goblin uThermal, they are spread thin. Goblin's got a couple of Thors. He is maxed out. And Duckling is moving in once again. Catching out some of the bio, just distracting the Protoss army. Distracting Goblin. And this turns this into a 1v1. I mean, almost a 2v1 here. Yeah, uThermal, he will lose the planetary. We'll lose the expansion. And our red team, they're just being starved out. So Goblin, he does rotate, does come into support. Does push forward, takes down 2 of those ultras. Ultras go down at the same time. Lingbane Ultra does come in from behind. And they're just being pulled apart. Oh my god, bust into the mineral line. SCV's going to be going down. And they're all in. At this point, they're all in. Like, it's all or nothing here. Golden and Mark, they have to commit. There's nothing behind them. There's nothing waiting for them back at home. Being forced into Ultras. Ultras, they just collapse on top of the bio. The bio army crumbles. Tanks are holding their own. Oh. Not a bad engage here. Thors are pushing in. But Goblin is just running out of his forces here. He's running out of Soldiers, running out of army. It's mainly Thor tank left. And it's not enough. uThermal in his own. He cannot deal with his Ultras. They come in from behind. They come back from across the map. GG gets called. And with that, Serral and Ducklings, they will take the series 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. They will claim the series. Very intense game there. Alas, we saw that Goblin uThermal, they just were torn apart. They just could not defend that pocket expansion. Once that pocket base went down, they were just stuck at home, and they were just stuck trying to defend their main base and the front lines at the same time. They were torn apart. Likewise, Serral and Ducklings, it was impressive that they were able to gain map control. They gained map control very early on, so they just had mass expansions. Max expansions, a greater economy. They were able to max out faster, and of course, Serral able to get into his own sky toss towards the end there to max out himself. And with that, they were able to tear uThermal and Goblin apart. GG. GG, well played. A very impressive play there. Again, Serral and Ducklings, they had some mixed results last month in the February edition with double Zerg, but here, now that Serral has embraced the Protoss, they make it to the semis. They make it to the semifinals here. Up next, we will be having our semifinal matches. We have our top 4 teams. We have Serral, Ducklings, they're going to be going up against Elazer and SKillous. Likewise, MaxPax and Spirit are going to be going up against Knight and Larry. Now, if you just heard the teams in the semifinals, you might recognize there is a team missing, Clem and Trigger. Clem and Trigger, they've made it to the finals 2 months in a row. So far, the grand finals have been Terran Protoss versus Terran Protoss, MaxPax Spirit versus Clem and Trigger. That has been the finals for January and for February, but coming into March, Clem and Trigger could not compete. Or I should say, Clem couldn't compete. If you remember at the time, Clem, he was actually playing in the TLMC tournament, in the Team Liquid Map Contest event that Wardy was running, that was actually coinciding with this tournament. They were running at the same time. So Clem, he had to play in the TLMC tournaments. He could not play in this month's 2v2 because of that. Trigger, I believe he played with Coco, with Coconut Games, and they didn't have as great of a performance. They got knocked out early on, which means that Clem and Trigger could not make their return in this tournament. Couldn't make the return. Clem was playing in another event instead. Fun fact, MaxPax was also playing in that tournament. He was also playing in the TLMC, but MaxPax, he got knocked out early. He got knocked out of the TLMC a little bit earlier, so he could play in this event. Clem could not. Just as a heads up. So those are going to be our semifinal matches. And we need a moment to get ready. So for the time being, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here while we set things up, and as we near the end of the broadcast. We just wrapped up with the round of 16 with the quarterfinals. After the break, we're going to have the semis and the grand finals thereafter, so take this time to get some snacks, get some water, get some rest, get ready here for the semifinals and the end of the tournament. We'll see you guys after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals of this month's uThermal 2v2 circuit tournament for the month of March. We have our top 4 players and we have our initial 2 teams facing off in our first semifinals match. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Rascallion, we have our duo here. We have our Finnish duo, our Zerg and Protoss. We have Serral and Ducklings. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have their opponents. We have another Protoss and Zerg duo here. We have our Team Liquid duo of Elazer and SKillous. Let's go, Bobby, let's go. Again, it's great to see Elazer competing again. For those that are curious, Elazer, he initially competed alongside Geralt. That was back in January, but starting last month, did team up with his teammate, so the Team Liquid boys, with SKillous, and they had a pretty good performance. I want to say last month they made it to the semis as well. I want to say they made it to the semifinals, if I'm not mistaken, where they were eventually stopped in their tracks by either the Trigger and Clem duo or the MaxPax and Spirit duo, as of course those 2 teams were the finalists last month. But regardless, they have had a lot of success working together, and honestly it's great to see Elazer once again in StarCraft. For those that are unaware, Elazer, he's no longer really competing in StarCraft. He is on a hiatus, basically hiatus from SE2, just at least for the time being, and he's been playing a lot of AoE. He's been playing a lot of Age of Empires 4 instead, which is why I'm happy to see him playing SE2, even if it's in a 2v2 fashion. Always happy to see him competing here. Let's go. Likewise across the map, we have our Protoss and Zerg duo as well. We have initial openers, going to be once again 2-gate opener out of Serral. Now, if you've been watching the last couple of games here, Serral, he has opened up 2-gate every single game without fail. Looks like we have pings going off. Looks like SKillous and Elazer are taking note of that, of course, with their probe scouts, recognizing how aggressive Serral is opening up. Likewise, hatch gas pool opener here out of Ziggylang, standard opener out of our Zerg player, more aggressive start out of Serral. And this typically leads into double stalker. Yep, double stalker is on the way. The double stalker is designed to hunt down the overlords and to deny vision, deny scouting, and to keep both Elazer and SKillous in the dark. It's designed to keep them in the dark. We'll see if they can. Likewise, Twilight Council opener out of SKillous. Interesting. With this, we can go into Blink, we can go into Glaives, even into Dark Templar, like we saw at a Goblin. So our eyes are going to be on SKillous. We assume Blink, but we'll keep an eye on him, as the Stalkers are going to be fanning out and searching for Overlords or any stray units. Likewise, Twilight Council is almost done. Serral going for the later expansion. More gas is being taken. I just realized Elazer did open gasless. God damn it. Very great. I mean, Elazer is known for his greed, so he does open gasless. So very late gases for Elazer. Most likely going into Roach or even into a fast lair. Twilight Council now down for SKillous, and show us what you got. As we have our take of choice, he's going to be opening up Blink. So Blink-based opener out of SKillous, nothing crazy, nothing too wild. Ooh, the Overlord of Ziggylang does go down. Nice snipe here by Elazer. Does punish, even saves his own Overlord as well. Very nice. Ziggylang, he does come out worse for wear. Behind this, taking more gases, going for the Roach Warren. Now, we have seen both Serral and Ziggylang go for a Roach Stalker Ling all-in off of 2 bases. We saw that previously against uThermal. That's what this feels like here. The reason why I bring this up is because there's no lair. There is no lair here for Ziggylang, which is very unorthodox. We have our lair on the way from Elazer, of course, just teching up, getting to his lair. He's been hyper greedy, droning up, taking all of his gases. Blink is soon to finish here for SKillous. And yep, roaches are on the... We're going for the all-in. We're going for the all-in. So this is the same build that we saw previously. It does feel like both Serral and Ziggylang, they have a certain number of openers that they rely upon, aggressive openers as well. Now, they can transition out of this. This is the same opener, this is the same build that we saw on Emerald City against uThermal and Goblin, where uThermal and Goblin, they did defend, they were able to hold on to their third base and actually have a stronger start. We'll see how successful Serral and Ziggylang are going to be here, as they're building up their forces and they are not droning. You can see here, no saturation whatsoever here at the third. No droning whatsoever. It's all or nothing for the red team. For Team Finland, let's go. As they do pull the trigger, we can see SKillous and Elazer, they do engage ahead of time. They can slow down the roaches. They pick off one roach already. They get one, they get two. And remember, there's no roach speed. Yeah, Ducklings and Serral, they're just being bullied back. Ideally, they want to be the aggressive, but now they're stuck at home. Again, Elazer does reinforce with more lings, actually just lings into Hydra tech. Very bold move. No roaches. Just Elazer teching into his own Hydras. Outscaling their opponents, droning up behind this. Serral and Ducklings, they still have not saturated, they're still committing. And again, it's going to be a rough trade. A lot of roaches are going down. Elazer comes in to punish. Again, he's here to protect SKillous. Ooh, proxy pylon is going to be shut down. Again, Team Finland, they finally do break out. They get across the map, but they've lost far too much here. And behind this, still no droning. Still no droning. Baliness on the way. They're committing. They're committing to the all-in. It's all or nothing. Serral, he is somewhat saturated, but he's just warping in. Just warping in with Stalkers. But Elazer not really gaining any ground here. Behind this, Hydras are amassing. Lurker Den is on the way. Yo, if Elazer can get into Lurker tech, they're going to be fine. There's no answer. Right now, there just is no answer to those Lurkers. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Team Liquid. It's easier when there's a theme, so I can refer to them. And here they come. Lurker production has begun. The Lurkers are on the way. It's just taken Ducklings and Serral just too long to push out. Lurkers have arrived. And do they have any detection? They do not. Yeah, zero detection here for Serral and Ducklings. There is just no way to deal with this. I mean, they can go for the piles, true. They can pile. They get one Lurker. Meanwhile, the Hive is already done for Elazer. Getting into Lurker range. Stalkers, they blink into the natural, not bad. They avoid the Lurkers, they head for the natural base. SKillous has to respond. Ooh, and the base is going to go down. Nice snipe. Serral popping off. Takes down the expansion. Ducklings, he rotates. Still no drones, by the way. Still all in. Does rotate. Lurkers are ready. Serral, he's expanding, taking gases. Serral is attempting to transition out of this. Ducklings finally starts droning up, but this is so very late. And they're being outscaled. As Elazer, he's reaching his final form of Lurker tech. Piles, they somewhat connect. Raise the Stalkers. Serral trying to keep up. Ducklings, he gets supply blocked. Does get supply blocked for a moment. As Lurkers, they do waddle in. I was trying to keep up, but yeah, they're just being outscaled here. There's no final fights as we do see the Lurkers push on forward. GG gets called as the all-in fails, and Elazer and SKillous take game number 1. Whew. GG. SKillous and Elazer, they do take a lead in the series. Again, Serral and Ducklings, they were completely all in on 2 bases. They were going for a Stalker, a Ling, Roach Ravager all in. Of course, without any speed, without any lair behind it. We saw that SKillous and Elazer were very proactive. Very proactive. They were able to engage in the center of the map, and they bought so much time to tech up, to saturate, to head into Hydras, to head into Lurkers as well. We saw that the Finland army, the Team Finland's forces, that just could not get across the map, could not engage, and couldn't really get their all-in going. GG. GG, well played. A powerful display there from Elazer and SKillous, and we'll see how Serral and Ducklings will change their approach. We'll see if they adjust their build, or if we see more of the same. as we are loading into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom right hand side of Reclamation, ooh, with split main bases, interesting. We have our team finished duo here. We have Zhugelang alongside Serral. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the blue team, Team Liquid, if you will. We have SKillous alongside Elazer. We go. As this is the first map that we've seen so far that does not feature shared main bases, so because of that, aggression can be favored here. You can try to isolate one player and focus them down, but they have a shared natural. So because of that, for the most part, they should be okay. They should be safe. They have a shared natural base. They have a shared ramp that they can defend. Of course, there is a second entrance towards that natural, which could come into play. We'll definitely keep an eye on Serral and Zhugelang, as again, every game so far they have opened with aggression. We have seen some late game out of them, that is true, but for the most part they do open up with some more aggressive tendencies, followed by droning and macroing. To see the later expansions, so Zhugelang, hey, he does open gas first, so gas pull into hatchery, late hatch out of our Zerg player here. Zhugelang already aggressive, likewise 2 gate opener out of Serral. So I mentioned aggression earlier, same thing here. So very aggressive builds by both Serral and Zhugelang. Both Skillous and Elazer have pinged. They've both taken note. We do see a hatch first build. It's going to be hatch into pool into gasless once again out of Elazer. Very greedy build. Likewise, gate expand into Cybercore from Skillous. So greedy and economic builds all around from Team Liquid. And we'll see if we commit to an all-in. Link speed is on the way, but honestly, if you remember, this is the same opener that Zhugelang went for on Emerald City, where against uThermal and Goblin, where Zhugelang did open up with the early link speed. He droned behind this and he forced uThermal and Goblin to overreact. Remember, they overreacted. They walled up with 2 pylons, with a bunker, with double gateway. They delayed their expansions. We can see here that Skillous and Elazer, they already opened up in a more greedy fashion. They're not really responding too hard to this. They have their queens, don't get me wrong, and they're getting their first sentries out. But in a way, they call the bluff. They call their opponent's bluff, and they're going to be fine as a result. Meanwhile, Serral, behind this, does finally expand. There we go, expansions on the way. Links they poke in, but only a handful of links. Just a handful of links. Is it broken? Who is pressure? Oh, if you're referring to the introductions don't work for 2v2s, so that's why by default it shows pressure, but that's just because of it's 2v2s. So the program that we use, the application doesn't know like which player is which, so just doesn't work as well for this. But here we go. Serral does push in, going for the queens. Lings, they come into support. First queen is going to be targeted, no transfuse. Queen goes down, second queen as well. Nice pickups. Yeah, Serral target down those queens. Lings, they bust into the mineral line. So far, good positioning here with these sentries. Shield batteries are done. Locks down those stalkers. Boys are being pulled. Queens are going down though. But despite that, looks like Skillous will pull off the defense. Yeah, Skillous, he will hold. He cleans up all the Lings. Reinforcing Lings now on the way here for Elazer. Remember, Elazer, he skipped Lings. He still has no gas. He's still just now taking his gas. Is very greedy here from Elazer. And Elazer, he gets away with it. He gets away with his greed. He defends with his queens. Team Liquid, they hold. They do hold. And if you recall, I was saying that both players that were droning, they were in a sense, but Zhugelang, he's still link flooding. He's still link flooding. They're still committed. They need more damage. Baneliness on the way, so Zhugelang is setting up for a Bane bust. Behind this, Skillous. Behind this, Serral is going into Blink. Blink is on the way. Skillous taking up as well. But they recognize they cannot break their opponents, and now we see still no drones. They back off, but still no workers here for Zhugelang. They're still committed. They're still going for round two of their all-in. And right now, Elazer's still vulnerable. Remember, Elazer still has slowlings, still slowlings and queens, still no Roachhorn, still no Hydrogen. It looks like Elazer once again is trying to cut corners and trying to rush into Hydra Lurker, which is what we saw last game. But it's just such a greedy way to play this out, especially considering he has no link speed. Link speed is still on the way. As a result, yeah, they're pointing out so there's no droning. They ping, recognizing the army. SKillous, he will have to cancel. Ooh. There's a cancel. So pushing forward. Zhugelang with the surround on the queens, not bad. Queens are surrounded, they collapse on top of the Stalker. SKillous trying to get the hell out of here. Does pull back, but it looks like, yo, they've done a Team Finland. Serral and Zhugelang, they bust on in, they focus on the Stalkers. And they have broken the natural. And Elazer's just been so greedy, he was barely a factor in this defense. Link speed just now kicking in for Elazer. They were too greedy. And Zhugelang and Serral, it looks like they've done it. Looks like they have done it. SKillous, of course, he delayed his gateways. He was going for another expansion. Gateways are still on the way, but they're not ready yet. They didn't expect the all-in to continue. But if at first you don't succeed, just try and try again. Just commit to the all-in, Pappy. Just commit. Play like Serral. As he blinks into the main, GG gets called. And with that, Serral and Zhugelang, this time the all-in is successful and they tie up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Hear the clicking? Yeah, there's something's a little bit amiss with my microphone today. I don't know if you noticed, but it feels like the gain is higher than it is. Hold on, I'll try to fix that. We'll see. One, two, three. Hold on. I think it's a little bit better here. But yeah, the sensitivity, for whatever reason, is it's popping off today. More so than usual. But here we go. We're getting into the ace match, getting into game 3. Here we go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Emerald City, we have our finished duo. We have our red team here with Serral and Zhugelang. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the blue team. We have for Team Liquid, SKillous and Elazer. I think this is better. Yeah, you can only hear the clicks when I'm speaking. Okay. I think it's slightly better here than normal, or than before. But now we are going to be diving in. And again, aggression is the name of the game here for both Zhugelang and Serral. We have seen, as we mentioned, even in the previous game, we've seen a lot of aggressive and all-in builds from them. We have seen macro, don't get me wrong, and typically if the all-ins fail, they do try to transition out of it, but that's been the go-to, and we expect to see that here on Emerald City as well. We'll see though, as this time Zhugelang does open up hatch first. It is going to be a hatch first opener instead. Meanwhile, likewise, Elazer going hatch into pool, going gasless. Like, it's his go-to. His go-to here is to play gasless. As the Elazer. Yeah, I might mess. Oh. So it looks like there was a bit of a pause here at one point. Shout out to Kerwin, of course, fellow admin. As the admins for the event are myself, Kuro, and Kerwin, the trio. Ah, beautiful. But stepping into this once again, Elazer just being as greedy as possible. We've seen this time and time again, and this time he might be able to get away with it. This is also one of the reasons why we saw SKillous and Elazer struggle in that last game is, again, Elazer cutting a lot of corners. I will say that as a duo, they are weakest in the early game because of this. We saw this in months past as well, where opposing teams were able to punish that. I know that Gabe, I know that Hero Marine, he was... alongside Status at the time, they were doing a great job at just punishing SKillous and Elazer. But this time we have more standard openers. Still double gate opener out of Serral, still a late expansion out of our Protoss player here. But it does seem to be his go-to. Every game so far, it has been 2 gate opener, double Stalker into a delayed Nexus. As Stalkers fan out, again, their goal is to hunt down workers, hunt down overlords. We had the intended scout there from SKillous. Scout was denied. Army moves out. We're going for the all-in. We're going for a Bane Bust. Let's go. As a Serral, he doesn't expand. I was expecting a late expansion. It's not. I mean, it is a late expansion. Don't get me wrong, but he's throwing down, I believe, an extra gateway. Moving out. Bailing us for Zugelang, going for the Bane Bust to support. And here they come. As Lings, they flood across the map, Stalkers as well. Okay, so it's just on 2 gates. Just on 2 gates. Going to be reinforcing. And their goal here is to break the natural, to break the low ground. Queens are building up. Spine Crawlers on the way. Shield battery as well. For the most part, Team Liquid, they've recognized what's going on. They're setting up. We'll see if they can break through. We'll see if they can at least punish Elazer's economy. But now going for SKillous. Oh, Queens are targeting the first Baneling. Nicely done. First Baneling does go down. Second Baneling as well. There's 3 Banelings left. Oh, they knocked down that pylon. They deep out the shield battery. Queens are falling. And so he busts into the mineral line. SKillous is in trouble. Oh, bleeds out all the Stalkers. Down to 2 Stalkers. But last they fortified out of range in the Spine Crawler. Yeah, force back. SKillous' mining is denied. And they just gang up on SKillous here. SKillous is going to be broken. Oh, the Stalkers, they get surrounded. Shield batteries, they come into play. So he gets a Queen. Elazer did make a Bailey nest. Let's go. Elazer actually taking. Throws down the nest. Will be able to hold his own natural. But again, SKillous is stuck on 1 base economy, at least for the time being. Nice target firing there by Serral. Targets down the Banelings. Kites back. Baneling goes up. Zugelang does support. Comes in for the Stalkers. Forcing SKillous back. Banelings, they're waddling in. Oh, God. Going for the mineral line. That means there's no answer for the Lings. Yeah, the slow Lings, they're coming in. Who needs speed? As speed kicks in towards the end, and so he gets locked down. He gets locked down, he gets surrounded. Whew. And Team Liquid, they hold. Elazer and SKillous, they do hold on. Did cost SKillous the mineral line, that is true. SKillous, he lost 16 probes as a result, but Elazer was untouched. He was untouched, and with that, it's time to counterattack. We have Lings moving out across the map. Back at home, what do we have to defend? We have a couple of Banelings morphing in, just in time. And with that, Zugelang should be okay with the help of Serral. They should be able to defend. I say that, Elazer, he's committing. So is SKillous. Yeah, Ling Bane, Blink Stalker. Against the same army here of Serral and Zugelang. Zugelang, he gets supply blocked. Banelings, they get targeted down. Nice target firing there by SKillous. He does focus out almost every single Baneling. Yeah, each of the Banelings go down. And with that Elazer, he can collapse in. Going for the Stalkers. Forcing back Serral. Shield battery finishing up just in time, but the low ground is compromised. And they don't care. They're going for the kill. They're going for the natural. Serral has to pull the boys. Pulling into Banelings. And they crash into Zugelang instead. Lings are going down. And with the defender's advantage, Serral and Zugelang, they might barely hold on. Again, they still have that shield battery. Yeah, they deal with a laser. And SKillous has to back off. SKillous, he does have to retreat. Settles for a couple of overlords. Pulls out. And Zugelang, they save his third. Not bad. They save the third base. As the dust settles economically, where exactly are we? Zhuge is down to 24 workers. Oh, barely an economy here for our Finnish Zerg. Meanwhile, Serral, he does have a higher probe count than SKillous. He at least has that, but SKillous is getting a third base. So is Serral. SKillous' third is slightly ahead. Elazer coming with more Baneling reinforcements. They want that expansion. Oh! Oh my god. He wants that third, and they're gonna get it. They're gonna get it as well. Lings get a surround. Serral gets turned away. There are too many Banelings as well. Just keeping the Zerg player back. And the third falls. The third finally falls. Elazer, he wants more. He does want more. A little bit greedy. Gonna be forced back. They do protect Serral's third. Does get up and running. Behind this, we're now taking up Elazer. He's not going into Hydras, he's going into Mutaplay instead. Spires in production here for Elazer. Meanwhile, we do have a Robo Forge, still looking like a gateway commitment here out of SKillous. Committing into a gateway army. Meanwhile, when behind, Dark Shrine. Serral is going for the Dark Shrine, he's going for the DTs. There is potential. And Zhuge is going into +1 melee here, looking to embrace Ling Bane and potentially go into Hive Tech, potentially go into Ling Bane Ultra, or even Spire himself. For now, though, he's stuck with 2 bases. Like, Zhuge he still doesn't really have much of an economy. He has to drone, take another expansion. Zhuge is in a rough position. Crazy out Clem, Rain or Soul have strong Protoss. We never see Hero flexing a Zerg. Hero plays Terran. We have casted Hero off race Terran before. If you've been watching StarCraft. You know, Serral rotating around. Same with Zhuge. Spire, yep, Spire's on the way, so it's going to be Ling Bane Muta out of both Zerg players. Let's go. Oh. Catching another Overlord. Yeah, forcing the recall. Mutas, they reveal themselves. Mutas, they hit the main base. Spire is not yet ready here for Zhuge. He's not ready with his own mutas. Again, he has just fallen behind. He lost the third base. He still doesn't have his third. Stalkers, they defend against the mutas. But Skillous and Elazer, they're in the driver's seat. They're in the driver's seat at this point. DT's trying to waddle in. Things they do engage. But Serral, he doesn't have a shield battery. Yeah, there's no shield battery here at the third. Doesn't have as strong a defensive position. Mutas, they hit the main. They're just bullying Zhuge. He just can't get his economy going. He's trying. Serral keeping up with the rotations. Behind this, goal base is going to be denied. Zhuge does go for his own lane counterattack, trying to force the army back home. Does get us around. But reinforcements are going to be enough. And Zhuge, he gets forced out. He gets forced out in the end. Serral, he does keep up with Skillous. Defends against the Stalkers. Saves the third. Zhuge, I was going to say he can start to join. He's down to 32 workers. That's under 2 base economy. He has just been crippled here. And Elazer, looks like he only initially went into Mutas to harass. He's going and switching into Hydras. So Mutas are just a stepping stone here. Going into Hydra instead. Oh, let's go. Massive connections. Again, Zhuge, he's trading well with what he has. It's just he doesn't have a lot. He just doesn't have an economy. Is the problem. Early targets down those Banelings. Does have the greater Protoss army. In head-on fight, I do favor Serral here, but I mean, there's 2 armies coming to play. Arkham gets targeted down. SKillous pushing into a concave, has to be careful, has to fall back. So he does fight head on. Upgrades are even. Both on 1-1. Dark Templar across the map. Serral catching out SKillous. Yeah, shuts down more of their stalkers. But Elazer, he's reaching his final form. Lurkers are morphing in. That's what he's been building up towards, and he's almost there. He's almost at those lurkers. Yeah, and with that, there's just no good answer to this. There's no splash damage. There's no sky toss this time from Serral. He's stuck on a ground army. Lurkers moving in. Serral going for a counterattack. I mean, hey, there are mutas in the main. Zhuge finally built up his mutas. They are doing some economic damage. But what about the main army? Oh god, no! What about the main army? Takes a lot of spine shots to the face. Overseer does come in for detection. And it looks like they will clean up these lurkers, just barely. Lurkers are going down. Zhuge going for the expansion. Oof. At least trying to, doesn't quite get it. SKillous and Elazer, they hold. They do hold on. Elazer has taken a lot of damage though. Again, he lost his mineral line earlier. He's been losing bases, losing workers. He lost his main army. So Elazer's not in the best position himself. It's actually getting quite close. You can see Elazer's army is 3 lurkers. Like, this is the army for Elazer. He's been bleeding out a lot himself. Really, it's SKillous who's the biggest threat here. He's pushing forward. Yeah, SKillous, he has a 10 stalker advantage over Serral. Serral, he can't fight this head on, not against 2 armies. Not against stalkers with lurker support. Yeah, Serral, he's on his own. At the same time, Zhuge does go for a big counterattack. Trying to force defensive warp ins. Will knock down the expansion. SKillous, he has to evacuate. Damage is being done. Oof. Yeah, the expansion is going to fall. But likewise, Serral, he also will lose the Nexus as well. Does lose the expansion. Meanwhile, the lurk count is slowly building up. Elazer is getting back into this game. At one point, he had 1 lurker. Now he's built up to, what, 7? 8. 8 lurkers now. Serral trying to hold on to the high ground. Zhuge being forced back. And GG gets called. Yeah, they get broken. It's just too much to handle. And SKillous and Elazer, Team Liquid, they do take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Once again, Serral and Zhuge hyper aggressive. They attempted an all-in. They failed at their all-in, and they struggled to recover as a result. I will say that Serral did a great job when it came to claiming his 3rd base and expanding. The problem though, as we saw, is that Zhuge did take the more exposed 3rd. He took the center 3rd base, and we saw time and time again, he was being harassed, he was being punished. Mutas likewise, I mean in general, Zhuge he had the more exposed bases as they were further and closer to the main army, to the opposing army. So Mutas, Lings, Stalkers, they were all aggressing, they were all harassing, and Zhuge could just never establish a proper economy. He was just stuck perpetually on like 40 workers or below, and as a result, as the game progressed, he was a non-factor. He was a non-factor in that game, in the ace match, and Serral, he just could not hold his own, not by himself, not towards the end. And with that, GG well played. SKillous and Elazer, for the first time, they make it to the grand finals. Again, usually it's Clem and Trigger, but we did mention this month there is no Clem, there is no Trigger. They were otherwise busy. Clem was playing a TLMC tournament at the same time, so he could not play in this event. And because of that, we have a new finalist. Let's go. We have a new finalist, and we'll see if we get another new finalist as well. Up next, we do have our lower semifinals. Going to be a best of 3 between MaxPax Spirit and Knight and Larry. Let's go. Knight and Larry, they are an NA duo, an NA 2v2 team, and they actually performed very well making it this far. They took down some big European duos to make it to the finals. Impressive run, impressive performances here. A lot of people didn't really expect them, but again, in the absence of Clem and Trigger, we get Knight and Larry rising through the ranks instead. Let's go. So I'm excited to see how they approach this, and I'm excited to see how NA is represented coming into this 2v2 tournament. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm excited. I'm sure it's going to be a short series. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting into game number 1. Of course, Spirit and MaxPax, they are the 2v2 gods, if you are. They're the 2v2 champions. Spirit and MaxPax, they have won every single 2v2 tournament that they played in. They haven't lost a single tournament. It's crazy. Like, they oh my god. Like, as a duo, MaxPax and Spirit, they have just, yeah, won every single event that they've ever touched in 2v2. And we'll see if they can be stopped. We'll see if they can be stopped. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Emerald City, we have a Zerg and Protoss duo here. We have the NA duo. We have Knight and Larry. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the X-Storm duo here. We have MaxPax and Spirit. And again, they are favored to win the event. They're favored to bring everyone down. Usually the team that can threaten them is not here. Again, Trigger and Clem, they're not here. They're usually second to Spirit and MaxPax, and they usually have a very nice back and forth, but they're not present. So we'll see if either Knight and Larry or even the upper semis team can bring Spirit and MaxPax down. We'll see. For now, oh my god, as we open up with a proxy. Let's go. It is going to be gas pool opener here out of Knight, so he's going for early link speed, early aggression. We are setting up for what looks to be an all-in. Likewise, we have the proxy from Larry. We did have aggression from Zugelang and Serral, but Serral, he was never really proxying. He was only opening up 2-gate or 4-gate back at home. At times he would have a proxy gateway, but not like this. So this is far more aggressive here from our NA team. Serral, take notes. Let's go. As the Probe Scout does confirm the late expansion. So MaxPax, he confirms the gas first, he confirms the late expansion. Likewise, he confirms that the second pylon is missing as well. So great scouting so far. The pings do notify each other, so Spirit and MaxPax are aware that something is wrong. They're aware that something is amiss. In Spirit, he's opening up 2-Rax Reaper. Okay, 2-Rax Reaper here by Spirit. We actually haven't seen too much Terran here. I mean, we saw some Terran at a uThermal earlier, that is true, but not in the upper semis. Again, looks like they're pinging to scout for proxy locations. Probe is on the way. So are the Reapers. And we'll see if they come across the gateways. As that is a proxy 2-gate setup here. Yeah, Stalker is revealed. Now they know. Spirit, he does take some extra hits. Oh. Does take some extra damage. Likewise, trading with the initial units. For so far, so good. Spirit keeps his Reapers alive. Bunkers on the way. Second Stalker has arrived. Nice target firing. Very nice. But the first Stalker is going to fall. Yeah, 1 Stalker for 2 Reapers. Going for another Reaper. Spirit, if he doesn't kite away, he will lose it. Oh my god. Was that MaxPax pinging the Reach? MaxPax, he's like, hey, what are you doing? Get out of here. Lings are flooding in. Stalker does fall. For another Reaper, though. Yeah, the Reapers are completely cleaned up. Spirit, he will lose everything. Bunker is done, but there's nothing in the bunker. Shield batteries are on the way. Spirit and MaxPax panicking a little bit here. MaxPax walling up as best he can. Spirit getting to his own CC on the high ground. Factory's on the way. From here he can get into tanks, get into his own cyclones. So reinforcing, and again they're completely all in. Just massive wing flood. 4-day production on the way here. For MaxPax, Stasis is going to be going up. Good connection. And nice Stasis traps. Bunker is going to be targeted. Bunker does full. Reapers are going to be a non-factor. But there's still 3 shield batteries here for Serral. Sorry, for Serral? I'm used to casting Protoss as Serral. For MaxPax. Lings, they put into the mineral line. SCV is going to be going down. But yeah, crippling Spirit. Lings, they do try to find their way in. Again, Spirit, he's down to 1 Reaper. Army pushes forward. Stalker shots here on the initial gateway. They do target down that initial Stalker. Void Ray popping up. Lings, they try to flood in. And can we target down that Void Ray? Going for the shield batteries. Void Ray gets a lot of DPS off though. That chips away at those Stalkers. Once again, going for depots. I would say some wasted shots here from Larry. Going for pylons, going for depots, and with that, the Void Ray count is building up. Now up to 2 Voids. Up to 2 Void Rays. They're going for the expansion instead. And they're barely not quite getting it. The base is getting low. Expansion is getting low. Tank has arrived. Wow, and Spirit and MaxPax, they're holding onto the natural. Spirit, he can now reland his own CC. They want that Nexus. They're gonna get it. Just barely. Nexus goes down. But the problem is killing a Nexus is not enough. It's not enough here, bearing in mind that Larry, he's on 1 base. He's just now expanding. They take down the natural. MaxPax does confirm. Spirit now is a threat. He's now built up to 2 tanks. And the game will progress. The game will progress from here. And Larry, they're here just parked outside the bases. From here, we should be max expanding. There we go. Double expand from Larry. Knight droning, taking his 3rd. Both players building up. They will have a greater economy, that is true. Oh, nice force field. Locking down the Protoss. Yeah, Larry leading out a lot of Stalkers here. Lings, they try to punish. Not quite able to. Again, they try to collapse on top of the tank. Tank is going to go down. He gets 1. But the Lings bleed out. And Max actually maintains his position. Revelation across the map. Larry getting into blink. And the proxy is cleaned up. And from here, MaxPax and Spirit, now they can start to macro. They can start to saturate, getting into their naturals, soon to be their 3rd bases. Spirit, his CC is already on the way. Jesus. Oh my god. Now, a lot of these teams use voice. I don't know if Spirit and MaxPax use voice. Like, they've been using a lot of pings. That tells me that most likely they're not. We'll see. That's a do push. Do push out. Likewise, tanks are moving forward. Lings, they try to engage, and there's only Lings here from our Zerg player. No Roaches, no Ravagers. And with all these force fields, Lings, they just cannot engage. Queen gets caught out. The base is going to fall. See Knight trying to set up a surround. The battery is sniped. Takes down the hatchery. Knight's going for a counterattack, trying to catch reinforcements. But they're moving in. Yeah, MaxPax and Spirit, they're going for the kill, going for the natural. They cannot hold on again. The Lings, they do nothing here. They just melt. Boys are being pulled. A bit of a desperation move here from our red team. Oh god, and the Stalkers, they blink in, they get punished. The tanks, they just annihilate those Stalkers. And the bases are being broken. The bases are being broken. Knight does catch reinforcements, and he does trade well. But he won't save the natural. He won't save the natural bases. Again, the Void Rays, they just shut down the Stalkers, tanks as well. And from here, they can bring down the natural and go for the 3rd, or even just go for the main. Go for whatever they want. Oof, catching at the mineral line. Going for the 3rd expansion. Lings, they come in from behind, they catch out the tank at least, but yeah, GG gets called, and Spirit and MaxPax, they will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. They will take a lead in the series. They do take the first game. Shout out to Knight and Larry. They had a lot of potential. They had a little momentum early on. Oh, that little momentum early on. When it came to their all-in, they were trading well. They basically, Spirit was a non-factor. It was a 1v2 between MaxPax and his two opponents. But I will say that the Stalkers of Larry were a little bit lackluster. They were spending a lot of and wasting a lot of shots, I would say, on pylons, on depots as well. They weren't necessarily focusing on key structures, whether it would be shield battery or even the void rays themselves. So MaxPax had a very impressive defense there, but at the same time, I would say some missed targeting there from the side of Larry. Didn't break through with that. GG. GG, well played. Spirit and MaxPax, they take a lead, and we'll see if they can be forced to the ace match or if they claim it here and now. As they load into game 2 for the first time tonight, we load into Arctic Flowers. A map that's often been vetoed, I will say. So I don't know if I've actually casted on this map before, at least not tonight. Maybe not ever. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Arctic Flowers, we have our NA duo. We have Knight and Larry. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the favorite players to win it all. We'll see if they can be stopped. We have our duo between MaxPax and Spirit. Oh, the Excise Storm boys. Here we go. Have Spirit and MaxPax again. They have won every 2v2 event that they have signed up for. We'll see if they claim another. Coming into Arctic Flowers, we have a shared main base, we have a shared natural expansion as well. The third bases are more exposed, much more spread out here. We have even some center golds. Okay, we're going for a proxy, but we have these center gold bases, which are almost hybrid bases. They're out in the open, that you can maneuver between them. Speed zones as well. Yeah, I've never cast on this map before. Speed zones in the center as well. Interesting. Meanwhile, with the probe scout, it looks like we barely do get eyes on the pylon and on the initial proxy gateway. Now, this is a very unusual proxy gateway because it's still technically on Larry's side of the map. So it throws down the gate. I'm curious what the purpose is with this. You can, of course, reinforce. Knight is expanding. Once again, gas first. Gas into pool into hatchery here, so aggressive build here by Knight. And MaxPax, he doesn't fully check, just now dipping back in. MaxPax, he's about to confirm how late the expansion is, or even how early the gas and the spawning pool are instead. Yeah, it checks the naturals. Yeah, we can see his ping. You can see MaxPax's ping. He confirms that the expansion is late and that the gases are early. And likewise, Knight, he stays in gas as well. So he's getting into link speed, and this can lead into roaches, can lead into banelings. Larry going for a Stargate opener, crowing out that first Stalker. A very unique build here. Again, I'm curious if, I mean, we'll see if this is designed to catch out the Overlord. Sorry, there is no Overlord. Do you see Spirit opening up CC on the high ground this time? Just a very safe setup. Bunker on the low ground already. And Knight, he is making links, just a handful of them. Things do move out. Still staying in gas. What is this for? Oh, okay. Now we know. Fast Evo Chamber. Interpulse on melee. Looks like he wants to commit with Ling Bane. Seems to be the case. As Link Speed is almost done. Speed is almost done. Knight, he does a fan out. More shit, Jesus. We're throwing down additional shield batteries, additional pylons. MaxPax and Spirit taking this very seriously. Oh, and we do see Larry going double Stargate into Mass Phoenix. Interesting. Now, this is a build that was nerfed recently in 2v2. What I mean by that is that Double Stargate Mass Phoenix used to be very meta and used to be the go-to, at least in the first month of January in the 2v2 circuit. But that was before the most recent change here, and we're actually not playing vanilla 2v2. We're playing with a mod. The mod actually increases the time that it takes to actually share resources. So previously, you could share resources in vanilla. On the ladder in 2v2, you can share resources earlier on, and there'd be a build where the Terran player would just feed the Protoss, and the Protoss would go Mass Phoenix and just overwhelm. That was very trendy and just the go-to. We saw it in a lot of games. But of course, that was in a way patched out by the mod. By the mod that is being used. But this is just straight up. So as a result, this is just more vanilla, just Double Stargate Mass Phoenix. Instead of having like your partner feed you. Oracle dips in, gets a couple of probe kills. Not bad. Gets a couple of workers. Spirit does move out through the center. Phoenixes, they can struggle defensively early on just because of the lower Phoenix count, but so far it's going to be 8 Phoenixes for Larry. Spirit, he's on his own. We have a little bit of support coming in. Knock down the gateway. Also, melee is done here for the Zerg. Phoenixes, they catch reinforcements. Getting a Stalker. Getting a couple of Marines as well. Forcing back the main army. Lings, they come in from behind. They catch out a couple of Marines, but they cannot engage. Still a nice catch nonetheless. Stalkers, Cyclones. Very nice value here. Getting more reinforcements. One Phoenix goes down. We have to get out of here. Yeah, we have to pull away. As Larry will lose another Phoenix. Every Phoenix counts. Again, Mass Phoenix can be quite impressive in 2v2, but he hasn't hit critical mass yet. He's not quite there. Rotating turret is done. Turret is done in the mineral line. So if our Stalkers are keeping up with the Phoenixes, we have a Ling counterattack getting ready as well. Diving on the army. Oh god, he's going for the dive. Lings, they collapse in. Tanks are lifted. Not bad. Tanks are gonna be attempted to be targeted, but no, they survive. Yeah, tanks do live as shield battery coming into play. Stalkers, they hold their own. Lings are running out. Yeah, Lings are cleaned up. Phoenixes, they're not enough, not on their own. And Spirit and MaxPax, they hold. Whew. They do hold on. And that 6 Phoenixes falling. And also good attack, don't get me wrong, but just barely not enough. Not enough Lings, not enough ground support. With that, Larry looking for another way into the main. Some of these bases are a little bit more exposed. Last Spirit and MaxPax still looking solid. Still holding. Back at home, we're droning up, we're saturating. We have a Hive on the way here for Knight, so this could be for Ultra Tech. That would make the most sense. Ling Bane into Ultra. Meanwhile, +1 air attack, we're committing here still into Mass Phoenix, into double Robo, into what looks to be Phoenix into Immortal production, or maybe Phoenix into Colossus. Larry is building up. From the side of MaxPax, just sticking with a gateway composition. Just a ground army here. Stalkers, charge lots into Archons. Supporting Spirit. It can be a little bit awkward for both ground armies to keep up with the Mass Phoenix. Mass Phoenix, as they catch reinforcements. 2 medevacs go down, not bad. Gets 2 medevacs, but here we go, the main force is coming. Spirit and MaxPax, they push right down the center. Right down mid. Oh, they're coming from behind. Getting a tank. Tank goes down, but last the bases are falling. Oh no, the Infestor gets a fungal. Fungal goes off, Lings are coming first round, but there are Archons. Yeah, they cannot surround Archons. That's not gonna happen. Not like this. Ultra Cavern's on the way, as we mentioned, but it's too late. It's too little too late. MaxPax, he's here. He has arrived. Bullies back the Zerg. Spirit pushing towards the natural, getting to the mineral line. Phoenixes, they do what they can. They lift up a good amount of Marines, almost all of them actually. Yeah, Spirit is being cleaned up. As MaxPax did abandon Spirits, but MaxPax, he can 1v2, he's fine. Like, the Archons cannot be lifted, the Archons, they shut down the Lings, the Archons are just ideal here. They do everything. They shut down the Lings, they shut down the Phoenixes. We have Immortals on the way, but alas, Stalkers, they can try to blink in. Catching out more of the army. And with that Spirit of MaxPax, they have done it. They've broken the back of Knight and Larry. They had a great performance making it this far in the tournament, and I want to believe in the all-in they had in Game 1, but here in Game 2, GG gets called. Spirit of MaxPax, they snowball out of control, and they take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. They will claim the series. I apologize for not having the score updated in-game. I was just a little bit frazzled. But GG, well played. They will claim the series. They will take the 2-0. Congratulations. Congratulations. And that leads us into the grand finals. That leads us into MaxPax and Spirit up against SKillous and Elazer in a best of 5. I'll take you to the grand finals. Again, a big shout to Knight and Larry. Again, they're more of an NA duo. They're not pro players like we see from these other teams, and they were able to take down teams of pro players as well. So they did very well for themselves, but did get knocked out in the end. But if you're going to lose to anyone, I mean, may as well lose to Spirit and MaxPax. Again, one of the strongest, if not the strongest duo out there. Very well played. Very well played, GG. With that, that leads us into our grand finals. It is going to be that best of 5. Oh boy. And there's no Clement Trigger for the first time. For the first time here in the uThermal 2v2 circuit, there is no Clement Trigger in the finals. Not this time. Not this month. Not this month. Let's go. And we'll see if Spirit and MaxPax can be stopped, as Game 1 is going to be on Emerald City. So going for DTs, most weird sentence. Oh, get used to it, Bobby. Get used to it. Oh no. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Emerald City, we have our red duo. We have our red duo here. We have Spirit and MaxPax, the reigning and only uThermal 2v2 champions. Reigning champions, and spawning in the top left hand corner, we have their opponents. We have, for the first time in the grand finals, we have the Team Liquid duo of SKillous and Elazer. Let's go. They've made it here for the first time. Again, so far for the month of January and for the month of February, it's been purely Spirit versus Spirit and MaxPax up against Clement Trigger. You know, month after month after month, that has been the pairing here of the finals, but not this time. Not this time. Instead, we have SKillous and Elazer rising up for the first time in the finals, and we'll see if they can be the answer to the problem that is MaxPax and Spirit. We shall see. Now MaxPax does move out, going for his probe scouts. Unlike the previous setup, we're more known for greed here. It is going to be hatch gas pool, standard opener out of Elazer. He does not open up gasless, thankfully. Has been known to, but not this time. Likewise, we do see a SKillous just opening up gate expand. So economic opener out of SKillous, more standard opener out of Elazer. Likewise across the map, nothing too crazy either. We have almost mirrored builds, where MaxPax also does open gate expand into Cybercore. Our Spirit, he's going to be delayed, at least for a second. He's delayed for a moment. Outside of that, we're building up and getting into Emerald City again. I feel like this map has been in the 2v2 ladder map pool for many years. I want to say like at least like maybe 6+ years. It's hard to say, but it has been in the map pool for a very long time. I think I remember playing on Emerald City again, like before we even started casting on the CranKy Ducklings. It's crazy. Old map. Still around, still solid. True. Shared main, shared natural. Behind this, we do have our bio setup out of Spirit. Thankfully, I was curious if it was going to be Mech. I would not be surprised if at one point we see SkyToss on Mech out of MaxPax and Spirits, but here we have a second Rax on the way. It's going to be a 2-on-1 out of Spirit. Interesting. Going to be a stim timing. Stim timing out of our Terran player. Meanwhile, Stargate opener out of MaxPax into Oracle, into scouting across the map. Whether this leads into SkyToss, yet to be determined, but the Oracle opener is standard. Oh. As we do try to catch up the Adept, but Spirit's back at home. He is going to be opening up, not for an add-on swap, he's going tank first. Okay. So typically what we'd be seeing here is you get the tech lab, then you go for an add-on swap and you rush into stim, right? It would mean faster stim here, and then you use the factory to make a reactor and go for an add-on swap into medevac production. But here he's going into early tanks. Meanwhile, second Stargate, Mass Phoenix. So it is going to be Mass Phoenix here by MaxPax. Again, Mass Phoenix is definitely viable and is a go-to build. Mass Phoenix was weakened just because of the most recent change, as we mentioned before, when it comes to the mod that we're using, where players cannot trade resources for an extra couple of minutes. As MaxPax, he was a purveyor of Mass Phoenix previously, being fed by Spirit. But less so here in March. Stasis is denied. Adept station into the mineral line. Elazer, he does defend. He defends, he holds on. Third base getting saturated. Third base now on the way for skills as well. They do hold, and they've yet to really confirm what's going on. Checking the vision here, they have not gone into the main base. They have not seen the Mass Phoenix. Not yet. But looks like Spirit, his initial tank opener here is just for safety. Just initially a safety precaution. MaxPax's third base is on the way. Both slowly expanding. MaxPax still building up his Phoenixes, as he now does get across the map. Gets into the mineral line. Picks off what? Picks off 2 drones. Overlord as well, not bad. Not a bad start. As MaxPax, he pokes in. Oh, so the stasis. No major damage yet here, just a couple of drones here and there, just keeping, more importantly, the duo contained, right? Like Team Liquid, SKillous, and Elazer, they're just stuck back at home, stuck being contained, trying to keep up, and this is allowing them to expand, allowing MaxPax and Spirit to take their third bases, to get fully saturated. They're maintaining their map control. Spirit is soon taking his own third, just waiting for the CC. And this naturally leads into SkyToss, into Carrier Tempest. So third Stargate's on the way for MaxPax. Really, we're waiting for the fleet beacon. Gets another Overlord. Spire is on the way for a Elazer, working towards his own Corruptors. That'll be his answer here to the SkyToss of MaxPax. You know, SKillous going for a ground army, going for Temple Archives and Robo. So into Archons and Storm. Stalkers are going to get shut down. There's no shield battery. Yeah, there's no support. So better trades from MaxPax, at least initially. Once again, he pulls out. Does pull out. There it is. Fleet beacons on the way. The first sign of SkyToss. Carriers and Tempest, they're on the way. And again, SkyToss is the ideal in 2v2. I mean, in general here. To mass up and get to that late game composition. Phoenix once again, they throw in another dive. And as we mentioned in the previous series with Serral and Zugelang, just whoever spawns in on the right is just the most exposed. So Elazer has been bullied quite a bit. I say that on MaxPax, he does dive further into the mineral line. Is going for SKillous. Does get a good amount of workers. Meanwhile, Spirit, he's finally being active himself. He gets a mineral line. Oh my god, the drones go down. And potentially the expansion, it gets low. Ooh, takes down a prism. Takes down a prism, takes down a mineral line. Meanwhile, I assumed it was going to be into carrier production, but no, it's going to be into Void Ray. And that is to help counter the Corruptors. True. Corruptors are building up. That's where Void Rays are required. So now we have Maxis going into Mass Void Ray. Oh, it's 2021 all over again. Let's go. Ta-da. All the Void Rays. Ooh, as the Marines do catch out some of those Corruptors. Corruptors are spotted, they are confirmed. MaxPax, he races back, so does Spirit. Both players somewhat out of position. But they keep up. Just back to Corruptors. The tank line is in position. And as they're ready, Spirit, he counterattacks, he takes down the expansion, takes down the gold. Gold does fall. Escapes with those Marines. Corruptor's still looking for a way in. I believe there's no hive for Elazer, so there's no Vipers. The Skills does dive forward into tank fire. It's not going to work out well here. The Stalkers, they get annihilated. Marines, they go to town. And Skillous, he will lose everything here. He does reinforce with more Zealots. Trying to get on top of those tanks. It's getting close, actually. The tanks are falling. Barely falling one after the other. Likewise, MaxPax is being zoned all the way back, being forced back by those Corruptors. And Skillous, he breaks through. He gets into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. There's still a battle here between the air units. And all this does really is just buy time for Skills to pop off. And he barely did. Takes down the center expansion, going for the northern base. Corruptors, they distract Spirit. And this mineral line, it's going to go down. Not a bad assault. I mean, it was costly, don't get me wrong. It was quite costly. Did take Skills a lot of Stalkers to break through that. But he takes down the expansion, now takes down a second base. Skills and Elazer, they have momentum. Nice low zone. There's the cloak as well. Corruptors, they dive in, they go for the dive, they go for the mothership. A mothership is eventually going to go down, but that's a rough trade for Elazer. Meanwhile, the charges, they just snowball out of control. Yeah, they dive on the Marines, they dive on the Biozelts, they peel off into the mineral line. SCV is going to be going down. With that in the end, Spirit and MaxPax, they do barely hold on. MaxPax is on 3 bases, Spirit on 2. But behind this, what's important here is the economies. Skillous and Elazer, they have bases, they have mineral lines, they have a proper saturation. They can rebuild. They can rebuild, they can remax. Skillous and Elazer, they're in the driver's seat. MaxPax down to how many? Jeez, 8. That's still a lot of Void Rays. 8 Void Rays. Making 3 Void Rays at a time. Getting a 4th Stargate. Yeah, they're still in this game. Very messy here. But again, it feels like Spirit, he's not really able to achieve too much here when it comes to supporting the army. He's got a handful of tanks, got a handful of Marines. Getting caught out. Slings are deflected. Prism into the main. Gonna be targeting Spirit. Spirit bleeding out his entire mineral line. SCVs are going down. Spirit trying to hold on. No splash damage for Skillous, no Storm. No Storm, just a Gateway Army. Now we see SKillous going to Colossus production. I guess that'll do it. Sure. Colossus on the way. Let's go. And Elazer, he's still just pure corruptor. That's all he has, and a handful of lings. 31's gonna be 35 corruptors. Oh, who needs vipers? Just mass corruptor. Let's go. I mean, vipers would help, don't get me wrong. Infestation is still on the way for the hive. It's a very late hive here for Elazer. And again, Elazer and SKillous are going to be the first to max. Spirit is lagging behind. And we'll see how the Mass Void Ray works out here for MaxPax. I do favor him in a head-on fight, that is true, but once spellcasters get involved, that's where Void Rays can struggle. I'm referring to Fungals, I'm referring to Parasitic Bombs, Archons to support as well. Void Rays, they have their weaknesses. Now Elazer catching out MetaMax. Fighting against the army. Ideally does want to fight with that Archon support. Ideally. Slings are deflected. Still looking for a way in. Oh! Gets another Void Ray. Oh god, as we do miss rally, Colossus goes down. It's actually a pretty big pick off. Colossus does fall. Corruptors, they do catch at the mothership. But we built up still towards 3 Colossus. The Mass Marine cannot break through this. And it's only purely Marine. Corruptors, oh god, they have to respect the bio. It's a lot of anti-air. They have to respect the Void Rays. So Corruptors are turned away. Now collapsing in, prismatic alignment now on cooldown. Oh my god, as they focus down the Colossus so fast, so quick. And Spritty stims in, Dustin forward, takes down the final Colossus. There's still one left behind this, still one remaining. And the Marines, they go down one after the other. They'll say overwhelm, and with that SKillous and Elazer, they do it. They take down the army. GG gets called. And SKillous and Elazer, Team Liquid, they take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Oh my god, again, very nice control towards the end by SKillous, preserving that Colossus, keeping it alive, juggling it with, of course, that War Prism. He was able to, with that, shut down the Marine count, shut down the Bio Army. Because that Spirit, he wasn't really too much of a factor supporting the Skytoss composition of MaxPax. He was hoping that his Mass Marine would be enough, but it was such a fragile army, such a fragile unit composition, and it got completely shut down. With the death of those Marines, that was the death of everything else. GG. GG, well played, as SKillous and Elazer, they take a lead. They do take a lead, and now we are jumping into game number 2. Likewise, they also had a very assertive start. If you remember, they were able to break the low ground, break the third base. It was a very intense start to the game, or very intense mid-game. Did go their way. They did gain momentum. They were able to be the first to max out as well. And now we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Yellow Jacket, we have our Team Liquid representatives. We have our Protoss, we have our Zerg. It is SKillous and Elazer. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the blue team, the blue duo, the reigning champions and the only champions in the uThermal 2v2 circuits. It is MaxPax and Spirit. Here we go. And welcome one and all to Yellow Jackets. Yellow Jackets, we actually haven't featured this map yet at this broadcast until the finals. It is a bit of a smaller map. The rush distance by ground is shorter from third base to third base. Bear that in mind, so it can lead to more aggression. We actually haven't seen too much late game on Yellow Jackets. We'll see how aggressive our players plan on being here. As for now, we're probe scouting. So far. Hatch first out of Elazer. Last game, Elazer didn't go gasless, but he may decide to do so here in game 2. No, never mind. Hatch gas pool. Hatch gas pull out of Elazer. SKillous going gate expand. So economic openers out of our red team, out of Team Liquid. SKillous going for MaxPax going for a slightly later expansion, later Nexus. Spirit going Rax expand as well, going for a CC on the low ground. We'll be able to take it. SKillous just being as annoying as possible. He will delay by a second or two, just by a second. Just catching up. Live, this is a replay cast from a couple of days ago. Again, just to reiterate, we were adminning the event at the time. Because we were adminning, we weren't able to cast it. We weren't able to cast it live, but we're able to cast it now. So this was from a couple of days ago. As we're here in the grand finals, we have our best of 5. Again, Spirit and MaxPax is still the favorite of players coming into this, but so far they start things off with a loss. SKillous and Elazer, can they accomplish what Clem and Trigger could not? Can they stop the reign of terror of Spirit and MaxPax? As Reaper does poke in. No kills, no losses. SKillous, he's there for his boy. Does protect the natural. As Reaper will deny things. Oh god! Will deny, will not get a kill, just barely not. As he does arrive as well. Elazer's third base is going to be delayed. We have our tech of choice, going to be a Stargate opener out of MaxPax. Third base is barely going to be taken in time. Whew. With that, Elazer will expand Oracle opener here out of our blue Protoss player. Meanwhile, SKillous going to be opening up Twilight Council into Blink instead. Interesting. So once again, we have varying openers here. MaxPax Stargate into Oracle, SKillous, Twilight Council into most likely Blink. There we go. Blink is on the way. Elazer just joining up, just saturating. No tech choice yet. Once again, Reaper goes down. But once again, the Spirit, he is not going for a second factory. He's not playing mech. He's going into, this time, a 3cc 2-on-1. Interesting. Last game, we saw a straight-up 2-on-1 going into tank production, into a stim timing, into bio. This time, very fast 3rd TC. So a much greedier build here by Spirit. Much greedier. Adept dips in, gets a couple of drone kills, gets 3 so far. Does get 3 workers. As the Elazer does fan out. There it is. Oh. Does fan out. Skill's going to be rotating. Trying to catch out that initial Oracle. And, ooh, we do have a Dark Shrine on the way. Okay. So just setting things up. But we do have a Dark Shrine. With this, we're going to be settling into DTs. Elazer comes in with the scouts, and Elazer, he will get eyes on the Twilight Council, but won't get eyes on the further attack. Should be denied as Stalkers are in position, and Stalkers, they will shut down the Overseer. The Overseer is shut down. Likewise, Spirit fanning out. Players are building up, and there shouldn't really be too much damage because of the Oracle opener. They're already spores, right? There are already spores in position. SKillous is more exposed. Thankfully, he does have a robo. He does have the observer on the way, so he will have access to detection. Dark Templar have potential, but we'll see if both SKillous and Elazer can keep up. So building up our forces. Also, I should note that this time we don't have double Stargate into Mass Phoenix. This time we have a ground composition out of MaxPax going into charge dots into, eventually, I would imagine, Archons as well. Stasis goes off. SKillous getting caught out. Things they poke in, but alas, MaxPax is in position. Likewise, MaxPax trying to catch out this army. Yes, Spirit stimming forward. And SKillous, he's going to try to escape. Ooh, does bait out the stasis. Nice moves. Bleeds out only one Stalker. Yeah, very nice engage here from SKillous. Does recover. No! Not again! Oh, takes another stasis. Another stasis goes off. Elazer, he will delay the fourth. We'll delay. And we're just building up. At this point, MaxPax and Spirit, they're focusing on the defensive back at home. We do see a Spirit getting into Bio Tank, which is what we saw him attempt to get into last game. And we do see MaxPax just confirming his own gateway composition. Meanwhile, we have Lurkers. Elazer, he does rush into Lurker Tech, so Ling into Hydra Lurker Tech. No Hive, no Vipers. Oh, sorry, there is a Hive, no Vipers yet, though. Just Ling, Hydra Lurker. Likewise, SKillous going into Colossus. We have our tech pods. Yo, Blink on the way for the DTs. Love to see it. Just on the way. Lurkers, they burrow in time. They punish the Blink. Spirit, he tries to engage. Pushing into Lurkers, pushing into Colossus. And Spirit, he cannot push in. He gets punished. Oof. So the SKillous. As he cannot blink forward. And with the revelation of these Lurkers, we should be taking up. We do see that MaxPax, he's not going for Sky Toss. That's kind of the direction that I was leaning towards, but no, we see a second Robo and a Bang on the way, getting into his own Colossus and Disruptor production as well. Interesting. Lurkers looking a bit exposed. Elazer has to back up. So far, no major engagements. Players just posturing, some harass going up. Players are keeping up. Currently, I do favor our red team here in a head-on engagement, but that's only because MaxPax is not with the main army. I mean, he does have his Stalkers coming in, but there's no Chargers here to support. Oh! Picks up a Lurker, not bad. Meanwhile, I was curious, we do have a drop into the main. Yeah, DT's into the main base of SKillous, Marines into the main of Elazer, going for the tech, going for the Lurker Den. That's going to be a massive snipe, denies the upgrade. Yeah, upgrades are denied. Boost the hell out of there. Very nice snipe. And SKillous and Elazer just being pulled apart. Lurker's not in position. Elazer did overreact to that drop into the main. Likewise collapsing on those tanks. Oh, the tank cannon's going to be reset. True. Spirit, he bleeds out most of his army. SKillous has those 3 Colossus. Elazer, he defends back at home, and SKillous is pushing in. He's moving forward, takes down the Disruptor. We'll take an EMP to the face. But can SKillous keep going? Well, without any tanks, he can. Can keep pushing in. Knocks down the depots, getting into the mineral line. Hydras, they arrive to reinforce. Nice EMP. But where's the follow-up? Yeah, Ghosts are being targeted down. Never goes off. Oh, nice connection. Very nice connection. Notice they pop up against the Stalkers. But that might just be too much. SKillous to Elazer. Can they break through? Viper goes down. That's an expensive pickup. Yeah, doesn't get a spell off. Doesn't get an abduction. Viper does fall. The expansion goes down. Spirit, he's in trouble. At the same time, Zellarama is catching reinforcements. And from here, they're going to have to rotate out. Oh, no! Oh, my God. Not quite paying attention. Massive connection. Nice match catching SKillous off guard. Does catch him off guard. DTs, they do engage, they do survive. Likewise, Colossus are getting attacked from behind. How about SKillous? He should be, he does maintain himself. There are a couple Lurkers for support. He blinks in. He gets 1, he gets 2, but he takes Nervous to the face. Oh my God. Not worth it. So many Stalkers go down. Again, MaxPax, he's holding his own. At the same time, massive counterattack. Spirit takes down a base. A lot of action all over the place, a lot of chaos. Spirit catching at the lurkers. Gets one. Takes down a lurker. Spirit, he's running out of steam across the map. He cannot keep pushing in. Oh, will lose a full prism. Prism goes down, and SKillous, he has to recall the hell out of here. But he does get away. Just barely recall back home. And again, the non-stop aggression, the non-stop counterattack. Spirit, he's doing it. He's catching so many lurkers. Oh my god. Gets so many of them. Doesn't get them all. Yeah, but all this aggression, all this harassment, it's taking its toll. Elazer losing a mineral line, losing an expansion. Drop into the main, losing another mineral line as well. Elazer losing far too much. And likewise, SKillous, he lost most of his main army. Yeah, the comeback is real. MaxPax and Spirit, they were up against the wall. They were in a very rough position. But they have recovered. Spirit and MaxPax, they're back in this game. And they're looking to win it. Another hatchery. Dropping on the lurkers, let's go. Crazy move. Does barely bring them down. Very risky maneuver. Does shut them down. Likewise, while SKillous is distracted, MaxPax moves in, going for another expansion. Catching another lurker. Yes, Novas, they are connecting. Oh my god. Brutal connections on the lurkers, on the lings. Very efficient trades. The lings, they will try to clean this up, but the Novas are insane. They catch almost every lurker. Crazy. Crazy Novas. And as both SKillous and Elazer try to deal with MaxPax, there's an opening. There's an opening on the left-hand side. Spirit, he goes right through the central, right through the left, through the flank. Takes down the Nexus. Takes down the expansion. He has too much. He just has too much to handle here. SKillous, he cannot defend. Not with reinforcements. Not with warp-ins. The base goes down. Still has top left. I believe unscattered. Yeah. Unscattered here by Spirit. They haven't seen the expansion. So Elazer, he's barely maintaining himself. SKillous even. But he's gonna lose everything. Oh, the miss rally, no! Miss rally loses 2 Colossus. Brutal losses here. Brutal losses for SKillous. He cannot afford this. And both Spirit and MaxPax, they've done it. They have done it. Again, they've just pulled the Team Liquid duo apart, left and right, taking down base after base, mineral line after mineral line. It was a rough start, though. Again, SKillous and Elazer, they were ahead. They were doing so well initially. And then the counterattacks, then the run-bys, and the drop play all happened all at once, and suddenly, yeah, they'll lose everything. GG gets called. SKillous taps out, Elazer taps out, and Spirit and MaxPax, they tie up the series 1-1. GG. They tie the series up. We have a back and forth. We have a back and forth here. We're getting into game 3. And again, this is the best of 5, so not quite the ace match yet. We still have more games ahead of us. But that was, yeah, very intense. That was a very intense game. Shout out to Elazer and SKillous. Again, they had a lot of momentum early on. They were taking down bases, taking down mineral lines. They were punishing Spirit. But Spirit, he was unrelenting when it came to his counterattacks, when it came to his drops. MaxPax as well. They did a great job bouncing back, and with that, SKillous and Elazer, they were just having a really hard time defending as they were being aggressive. They bled out too much. And now we're getting into game number 3. And spawning in the top left-hand corner. In the top left-hand corner of Reclamation, we have our red duo. We have our Zerg, we have our Protoss. We have SKillous alongside Elazer. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the blue duo. The reigning champions, we have Spirit and MaxPax. We go. As we load into a map that we are much more familiar with, Reclamation, we have a shared natural. We have separate main bases, that is true, but we have a shared natural and a shared ramp as well, so you can be quite defensive here, can be difficult to break. And we'll see how our players adjust. I appreciate that we have seen something different out of MaxPax both games. Game 1, MaxPax, he went Mass Phoenix into Mass Void Ray. Game 2, we saw a more flexible ground army instead, going into charge loss, into disruptors as well. Spirit more or less has done more of the same, just biotank. Both game 1 and in game 2 did have different openers, true. If you remember game 1, he went for a 2-1-1, game 2 and 3cc 2-1-1, so did have a greedier build last time. But still biotank. I expect to see mech at some points, but not yet. Ooh, as MaxPax will take the closer natural. Hello, Nikita. What's going on? What is going on? As SKillous, he does throw down the proxy pylon. Cybercore back at home. This does look like a proxy Stargate. This would be an ideal position for Stargate play. We'll see if that's the plan. Meanwhile, Spirit going for a Rax Expand into his factory, standard opener, likewise Stargate opener out of, yeah, SKillous. It is going to be the proxy Stargate. The goal here should be Oracles. Should be Oracles right into the mineral line, right into the economy. MaxPax, he is scouting, does confirm the second pylon. Yeah, that's scouting, looking for the proxy. Spirit, he does check, does find the probe, that's a tell. Does find the worker here, does recognize that the pylon should be nearby. He's checking and scouting, looking for the third pylon. Meanwhile, back at home, Elazer standard opener. Hatch gas pool, pulls out of gas. Oracle's on the way. And I believe Spirit, yeah, he didn't confirm. He chased the probe, but he might believe that he was able to stop the proxy before it really got going. As the Oracle's on the way. And back at home, we have reactor to Hellion production. We have a handful of Marines that are going to be available. Damage is going to be done. Meanwhile, MaxPax opens Oracle. Let's open up with his own Oracle. SKillous, he rallies in, goes to the mineral lane. SCVs are going to be going down. It's 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. 3 SV kills already. MaxPax, he shades in. Did I say 3? Getting him to 4, getting him to 5. Oh, this is getting out of hand. Yeah, 5, almost 6 SCV kills. Almost 6 SCVs go down. Oracle backs off. Elazer defends. And MaxPax does open Phoenix. Phoenix into Twilight Council, most likely into charge. Okay. I see you. Overlord does confirm the Twilight Council. Overlord is aware. It's not going to be Mass Phoenix. Ooh, and Elazer, he's link flooding. Okay. Elazer, he's flooding. Spirit's moving out. Oracles across the map, Spirit making his way towards Skillous' bases, and Elazer just floods straight towards Spirit and MaxPax. There's the recall. SVs are going to be going down. Hellions are forced back by the Oracles. Zings, oh no, they get us around! Oh, the Bio Army does not get into the bunker. Brutal pickoff. Marines do fall. Likewise, Phoenix doing what it can. SKillous will take the win, will take the fight. Spirit trying to make use of these Hellions, trying to find some damage. I shouldn't be able to. Yeah, shouldn't be able to. It's going to be cleaned up. Likewise, across map, Lings, they hit the mineral line once again, making sure the Spirit just cannot mine. MaxPax is mining freely from a 2-base economy. Spirit is not. Spirit is still building up. Meanwhile, Roach Horn on the way. Elazer, a lot more aggressive than I'm used to seeing, to be honest. Like, Ling Flood into Roaches. Not taking up into Hydra Lurker this time. It's going to be a little more early aggression from Elazer. Oof. Hydra going off. Spirit, I mean, Spirit's natural and his main base is just being bullied so hard. This entire game, like, Spirit, he's just trying to mine. He just wants money, man. Oh my god. Leave Spirit alone. On the one hand, it means that MaxPax, for the most part, has been untouched. That's why he's able to get a third. Like, MaxPax, he's building up and he's maintaining himself, but the Spirit has been struggling. Has been struggling that much more. There's going to be that 1-1-1 follow-up. Elazer, he's cutting workers. He's not fully saturating his third base. He's building up roaches and he's pushing. He's going to knock down those rocks. Likewise, SKillous throwing down the proxy pylon to reinforce. It's going to be an all-in. Spirit is going to be a 2-base all-in. Sorry, I keep saying Spirit. SKillous is going for a 2-base all-in. And Elazer is going for a 2.5. 2.5 bases, just pure Ling Roach Ravager. They spot the army knocking down those rocks. And Spirit, he doesn't really have much to work with here. He's got 2 tanks. He's got 2 tanks and a handful of Marines. Army's pushing in. Tank is exposed. And it should be bowed down. Oof. Yeah, the tank falls. MaxPax is on his own. Second tank is going to fall as well. Those are the only 2 tanks. Meanwhile, these are vanilla Marines. There's no stim. There's no stim. There's no combat shields. The Marines go down, and now it's a 1v2. Now it's MaxPax versus both Elazer and SKillous. And again, Spirit, he was a non-factor in this game. He was just abused the entire game, both in the main and in the natural. He just could not build up, could not get his economy going, and the third base does fall. And GG gets called. SKillous and Elazer, they take a lead in the series at 2-1, 1 game away from becoming this month's champions. GG. Whew, oh my god. GG, well played. And this is something that does happen from time to time in 2v2, is that one player gets targeted. Whether it's intentional or not, Spirit straight up, like, he just couldn't mine from any of his bases. We had Oracles harassing the main base, we have Lynx harassing the natural, he was just getting pulled apart. MaxPax, he was defending in his own way. MaxPax, he was defending by counterattacking. He was trying to force the attention of the opposing team on defense instead, trying to force them back home, but it wasn't really too effective, unfortunately. He had open Phoenixes and, Oracle into Phoenix, and he was really only stuck trying to keep up with the Oracles of his opponent. Of SKillous, wasn't able to. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into our next game. We're getting into Rascallion. Let's go. Coin flip. I wouldn't necessarily say a coin flip there, but yeah, it was just Spirit just being abused to the point where Spirit couldn't keep up. He couldn't really assist in the defense because of the amount of economic damage he was sustaining. So not a coin flip, just like intentional damage, of course, and it meant that MaxPax could not keep up on his own. And with that, so we're getting into our next game. We're getting into our next setup here. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Rascallion, we have our Protoss and Zerg duo. We have, for Team Liquid, Elazer and SKillous. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the reigning champions of the 2v2 circuit. We have Spirit and MaxPax. Here we go. Now, coming into Rascallion, as opposed to the previous map, another factor that I should say that comes into how difficult it was to defend is how isolated the main base are. Remember, in that last game, the 2 players, they don't share the main base, they were separated from each other, so it was more difficult to defend. Here, we have a shared main between MaxPax and Spirit, and of course a shared natural as well. So I would say it is easier to defend. The main base is still quite large, that is true, so it can be awkward to assist your teammate, assist your partner, but easier than the previous map, as you are a little more isolated from your teammate. So it should be easier to defend, as both players are expanding. Likewise, SKillous does take his own setup, or does go for his own setup, gate into Cybercore, into expansion. We do see SKillous going for a fake proxy pylon. I mean, there is a proxy pylon, don't get me wrong, but it is on his own side of the map. So this could be another Stargate opener just a little bit more standard. Meanwhile, 2x Reaper out of Spirit. Let's go. Does open 2x Reaper. Meanwhile, Hatch Gas Pool here out of Elazer. They do confirm. There it is. As we mentioned, it is going to be Proxy Stargate, but this is more standard. This is less aggressive. Has potential for some damage, that is true, but isn't going to hit as hard or as fast. Meanwhile, my apologies. I assumed it was going to be 2x Reaper. It's going to be 2-on-1. Very early 2-on-1 out of Spirit. Okay, so Spirit, he is rushing into the tech lab and rushing to a stim timing. So really fast stim out of Spirit. He may even throw down a third Rax just to produce even more Marines. Very aggressive build here, and we'll see if the opposing team can figure it out. As we do open Phoenix. So Phoenix opener out of SKillous. MaxPax opening up Stargate as well. Most likely into Oracle. So I do favor SKillous here in this position. SKillous, he will have a Phoenix lead over MaxPax, which is going to be a big factor, as here comes that Oracle. But the X factor here is going to be Spirit. Like, Spirit with that early stim timing is, I mean, there's a lot of potential. You can see he's going, no for a third Rax, he's going for the factory, into the starport, into Medivacs. But Spirit, he can actually be a little bit more influential here in this game. As last game, Spirit was the punching bag. Like, he was he was just taking all the hits. Taking all the blows. Focus on the Overlord. Overlord scatter is going to be denied. Overlord does confirm the mass amount of Marines. That is very unorthodox at this level, at this stage of the game. So more or less, the red team has a better idea of what's going on. Oracle is revealed. The Phoenixes likewise about to reveal themselves to the Oracle. It will force a recall. Nice hull damage. The being from MaxPax lets Spirit know that of course there is Mass Phoenix. And they have to set up instantly turrets. Turrets are on the way. Turrets in the mineral line, in the natural, soon to be in the main as well. They will finish up in time. And Spirit is ready with Stim. He's ready back at home. Meanwhile, SKillous does hit MaxPax. Marines, they Stim over to respond. SKillous doesn't find any damage. Oh, gets a Stalker. Gets the one Stalker, forces out a second Stim. Gets out with the Phoenixes. Lings, they do slip into the main. Yeah, they slip into the main base, slip into the mineral lines. No major damage yet, though. Yeah, they just get a full scout. They shouldn't get any SCVs. Spirit holds. Spirit, he does hold. Lings, they're locked in. Into the main base. Catching out a couple of workers, but I'll be honest, this Phoenix opener hasn't really done too much damage here. We've killed, sorry, my apologies, I say that 8 probes did go down, but at the same time the Oracle popped off and we've seen 10 workers falling for SKillous. So it just hasn't really been worth it. Just now getting another expansion. And here comes the push. We've been working towards this. Here we go, the 2-on-1. 2 full Medivacs, full of Marines, full of Stim and combat shields. Spirit, again, he was just a non-factor in the last game, but this time he moves in. This time he moves in. Does scan, allows for the blink. Lings, they attempt to punish, but the Marines, they support from the low ground. Yeah, they shut down the Lings. They threaten to drop into the main. Phoenixes, they deny the drop. SKillous is keeping up. You can see Elazer going for a Spire, going into Lingbane Muta. Okay. Taking towards Mutas. See if he can. Spirit, just ferrying over into the main base. Oh, we'll lose a full Medivac. Full Medivac goes down and running out of Marines. But he still trades very well here against these Lings. Lings, they just melt. Stalkers push in. And this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand at this point. Getting into the mineral line. Bleeding out far too many Lings, far too many Stalkers. Again, there's no other tech behind this. There's no Roaches, no Hydras. Just pure Ling out of Elazer. And he just can't engage. He has no Banelings. No Banelings whatsoever. The base is going to go down. Massive pick off. They break the natural of SKillous. Spirit going for a further dive. Takes down the shield battery. Doesn't get surrounded. He kites back in time. Still the stasis. Does focus on both Phoenixes. Takes down the Phoenixes. And once again, the Lings, they just cannot engage. Not into this mineral line. The terrain just working against Elazer. He just cannot surround. They back off. They back off. They rotate towards the southern base. And then we'll get another expansion. Just containing SKillous and the Elazer. They cannot break out. And again, the Elazer is just stuck with pure Ling. It just can't really do much here. Not against this kind of army. Lings, they can trade well against Stalkers. You can see MaxPax, he's like, Spirit, what's going on? They help me out. Marines, they stim over. There we go. They keep up with the Lings. They try to. Bit of an awkward attack from Spirit and MaxPax. Yeah, a little bit uncoordinated. So MaxPax, he gets punished. Oh. They do clean up all the Lings. And they at least preserve MaxPax's army, at least the bulk of it. Preserve most of the Stalkers. Still pushing forward. And again, without any kind of Baneling support like Elazer, he's having a hard time engaging here. Does take down the tank at least. And goes around the tank. Forces the blink. Spirit, he pulls out. Oh no! We'll lose every single medevac. The full medevac as well. Spirit bleeding out a lot. Again, a very close fight. Supplies are neck and neck. Barely in favor of MaxPax and Spirit. Barely. Whew. And as dust settles, where exactly are we economically? Okay, from the top. Oh, SKillous, he's down to 44 probes. That is a 2-base economy. I mean, he lost the natural. He lost the natural. He does have a 3rd base, which is, I guess, now his 2nd expansion. So SKillous doesn't really have much of an economy. He has been able to build up and preserve these Stalkers, but SKillous is struggling the most here in this game. Elazer, he's got a good economy himself, but he's stuck on Ling Muta, which I'm not too convinced by, I'll be honest. Ooh. As Mutas, they're great to harass, but in a head-on fight, Mutas, they can't really do much. Not against Stalker Marine, not like this. So I'm not too convinced here by Elazer's tech choice. You know, Spirit replenishing his fire tank. Again, he's on a solid economy, 70 workers, that's over 3 bases. Getting up to 4, likewise, so is MaxPax. So MaxPax and Spirit, their economies are booming, and their supplies are about to reflect that. Elazer and SKillous, less so. The longer this goes on, the better it should be for the blue team. Oh, they do catch out the Archons. The Archon's going to be getting picked off. Brutal losses here for SKillous. This base is just so isolated, and there's no saving this. Mutas, they get across the map. They do get into the main. But what about the defenses back at home? As Mutas, they catch Marine reinforcements. Again, there's still 0 Banelings back at home. It's just pure Ling. They try to engage. So far, nice kiting here by Spirit. The Archons, they're putting in a lot of work. 2 Archons go down. Elazer and SKillous, they do force back the army. Mutas are coming from behind. Nice cleanup, not bad. Whew. They catch all the tanks, they force the recall. But at a cost. As SKillous, he barely had an economy to begin with. He will lose another expansion. He will lose another base. SKillous down to 38 workers, under a 2-base economy here for SKillous. In a way, they defended, they survived. But this is almost like the Spirit treatment, actually. If you recall, last game, Spirit, he was targeted. So Spirit, he couldn't really support MaxPax. Here, it's almost the opposite, where Spirit is, sorry, where SKillous is targeted. Where SKillous, he lost base after base, mineral line after mineral line. And SKillous, he's having a hard time supporting Elazer. I will say that unlike Spirit previously, SKillous, he has been able to maintain his army, has been hyper efficient. So he's been able to build up a Stalker count. But I'm still not convinced by the Ling Muta, not gonna lie. It's, We see a recall back home to defend against the lid. The Lings, they hit top right. They go for center expansion. And we just commit to a base trade. We just ignore the Lings. Lings, they will cripple the economy. But MaxPax and Spirit, they just commit. They just commit in. Going for the bases, going for the kill. MaxPax is almost maxed out. And Spirit not too far behind him. As Mutas, they try to engage the Marines head on, and they will be able to. Not the best trade here for Elazer. Likewise, drop into the main base. GG gets called. SKillous, he taps out. He's been out for a while, and MaxPax and Spirit, they tie up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. We are going to game 5. Whew, oh my god. And again, we see this quite often when it comes to 2v2s, where you can try to target and harass one of the players to make them, to just, again, make sure that it stays more like a 2v1. SKillous there, he never got up to a 3-base economy. Never did happen. He lost his natural, he lost his 3rd base, he just kept losing base after base, mineral line after mineral line. SKillous and Elazer, they would defend, true, they would survive these attacks, but at the cost of SKillous' economy. Every time. And with that, SKillous, he was bullied out. Again, very similar to what happened to Spirit on in Game 3 on Reclamation. And that leads us into the ace match. Leads us here into Game 5. Whew. Likewise, again, I'm still not too fond of just pure Ling Muta from Elazer. Like, I feel like the addition of Bailings would have been so useful for so many of those fights, just to go a little bit better for them. But alas, Elazer was just trying to be as efficient as possible by spending all of his gas into Mutas. But as we saw, Mutas, they don't do too well in head-on fights. They can harass, they can pick off some maybe some harassing units as well, some aggression, but in these big fights, they don't really help too much, as they're quite fragile. And that leads us into the ace match. It all ends here. It all ends on Arctic Flowers. Let's go. Here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Arctic Flowers, we have our red duo. We have our red duo here representing Team Liquid being forced into the ace match. Can they bring it back? It is Elazer and SKillous. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the blue duo here of our reigning champions. We have MaxPax and Spirit. Let's go. As we load into Arctic Flowers for the second time tonight, for the second time in this broadcast. Again, one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool. There are just a lot of really quirky features. We have these center gold bases that are out in the open. We have these speed zones in the center as well. We have these cliff faces, these points of elevation. It's, yeah, a lot more going on here on Arctic Flowers. And again, we rarely get to see it. So I do appreciate that it's here in the finals. Do appreciate it. So we are going to be opening up. We have our initial probe scout here from MaxPax. Is going to be hatch first out of Elazer, hatch gas pool. Likewise, gate expand, so economic openers from our red team. Meanwhile, here from our blue team, we do have some standard openers as well. Pings confirm timings of bases. And they confirm their setups. Nothing crazy, nothing too wild. Not this time. As SKillous, he doesn't set up for a proxy. Oh, but that is going to be a 2-gate opener. Okay. Interesting. 2-gate opener out of SKillous. With this, he can be a little bit more aggressive. He can be more assertive. He can make 2 Stalkers early on at a time, or even 2 Adepts. So there's a little bit more aggressive potential here for SKillous, as he did delay his tech. You can see with the pings, MaxPax, he does take note. Does recognize the more aggressive start. So your Overlord attempts to escape. Oh no! Does attempt to. Again, this was Marine first, not Reaper first out of Spirit, so he will catch out the first Overlord. Attempts to float away towards that tower, and up! Can he get away? Barely can. Oh my god. 10 HP. Do we have anything to deal with this? So far, we don't. Oh, never mind. Here comes the Rax. The Rax is slowly floating over here to shut down that Overlord. It's coming. It's on the way. This also means for the first time in a while, this is not a 2-on-1. We've seen 2-on-1 in the last game, in Game 4 and in Game 3 from Spirit. Not this time going for a 1-1-1 Hellion into potentially Banshee. So Spirit is mixing it up. I think this might even be for the first time this series, actually. Okay. So the first time does open up 1-1-1. Tech Lab is on the way on the starport, most likely headed towards Banshee play. Meanwhile, Twilight Council opener out of SKillous, not Stargate, working towards Blink. Likewise, Stargate into Twilight Council out of MaxPax as well. No one is going Mass Phoenix. Not this time. So you threaten the Shade. Hellions, they try to dive into the mineral line. They work their way in. They're headed for a Elazer. Lings, they somewhat keep up. Drones are still going to be falling to the Adepts though. So when he gets 3. 3 drones go down. Shades into the main base. SKillous will shut him down though. Oh my god, brutal stasis! Oh my god! Stasis pops off, and with that SKillous, he will take economic damage. Not a bad start here for Spirit and MaxPax. They kill how many? They get 9 worker kills. Oh no! They let him! Oh my god! Just in time! The stasis! Line up with the stasis, more workers go down. Ay, ay, ay. Spirit. He pops off, he roasts off the mineral line. Behind the stasis into the main, Oracle still being active. Dips in, scouting any kind of tech. And remember, we're still not done. It was Hellion into Banshee from Spirit. Stasis into the main. SKillous, he does pull away in time, thankfully. Still does get 3 workers caught. As Hellion aggression continues, we can see MaxPax going for the center gold. Bold move. Banshees are on the way. And I don't see detection here for SKillous. Ooh, he has no shot. He has no robo. He has no robo. Back at home, MaxPax has plenty to defend. Spirit does support. Now, bearing in mind, 2 Banshees, 1-shot probes. They 1-shot probes, so despite there being a shield battery here, it will not matter. Will not matter. There is a layer on the way for a Elazer, so he can provide some detection with an Overseer. But I am worried for SKillous. Assuming that the Banshees do hit SKillous instead of a Elazer. And I believe they will. Let's see, we got the second Banshee has arrived. Now he can 1-shot. And making his way towards the mineral line. Now, if he's late on, that's a bit of a premature cloak, so cloak isn't going to last as long. Then make their way into the mineral line. Back at home, MaxPax, he secures that gold. And probes are getting 1-shots. Gets 1, 2, 3. He denies any kind of mining here from SKillous. He has to pull away to the Spore. Remember, Cloak is going to run out soon. Despite that, this is still brutal damage. That's 20 probes. 20 workers go down. And SKillous and Elazer, they're just being pulled apart. They're just being pulled apart at this point. The Hellion aggression, the Oracles, as they kill, not a cancel. Elazer not paying attention. Again, he was otherwise distracted here by the Banshees with that Overseer. And they just cannot keep up. They cannot keep up. They start with the Hellions, the Oracle, the Adepts, the Banshees. Just doesn't stop. And now they have the gold. They have the gold base. Spirit getting a third. MaxPax getting a fourth. And they are just overwhelming. I mean, shout out to how like synced up both Spirit and MaxPax are, to be fair. Especially when it came to the stasis earlier. Like that was that's very well lined up. With the stasis and the Hellions. And here comes the main push, and this may just end the game. We can see Elazer trying to mass up Ling Hydra, but he's bled out so much in the process. Hydras are exposed. Tanks sieging up. Elazer trying to take up into lurkers, but it's going to be too little too late. Yeah, MaxPax, he goes for the aggressive blink. He dives in. And there's nothing to stop them. There's a handful of Hydras, a handful of Stalkers. Tanks are delayed. They're going to be slowed down by the force fields, but they're pushing in. They're slowly pushing in. They're slowly sieging forward. The base is going to fall. And just hyper aggression this time here from Spirit and MaxPax, showing that they don't have to take things slow. They can speed things up. They can, and they will. See Spirit elevatoring into the main, going for the tech. Hydra Den is exposed. There are 7 lurkers on the way that will help, but it's too late. Yeah, the bases are already going down. No more Hydras. Even Gateway's being depowered. Lurkers have to try to come in from behind. They're going for the tanks. But quick on siege. There we go. Does force the recall. Spirit and MaxPax forced out. Ooh. And in a way, SKillous and Elazer, they barely defend. They do hold. They save the main at least, but really just the main base. As the third base did fall. SKillous and Elazer trying to stabilize, trying to re-expand. And hey, at least Elazer does have lurkers. True. The lunkers, they're out. I spoke too soon. They get caught out. 2 lurkers fall. There's still a good amount left on the high ground. How many? 8? 8 lunkers. Oh, not anymore. Yeah, there's no support. Like, lurkers on their own, they do nothing. They do nothing. They get completely shut down. Likewise, Spirit stemming in towards the left-hand side, catching out SKillous. And MaxPax and Spirit, they're about to meet. They're about to meet in the center. As, never mind, MaxPax goes to the main. Goes to the main, goes for the kill. GG gets called. MaxPax and Spirits, they will claim the series 3-2, becoming this month's back-to-back-to-back-to-back uThermal 2v2 circuit champions. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, MaxPax and Spirits. They are undefeated so far in 2v2. They have won in January, February, and March as well, and even in December. In all these months, in all their 2v2 tournaments, Spirit and MaxPax, they have not been stopped by anyone, regardless of their opponents. Players have gotten close, and big shout out to SKillous and Elazer. This is their first time in the finals. It's their first time in the finals, and they forced an ace match. They went all the way to game 5, and there definitely were opportunities for them previously as well. Like, I'm still thinking about, I think of Roscallion. Yeah, I'm still thinking about Roscallion and the style that Elazer had gone for and what they were trying to make work there. I'm still lamenting about that. But there definitely were opportunities, and they played well. They played very well for themselves, forcing the ace match. Likewise, this month, Clem and Trigger were not available. Clem was playing in the TLMC tournament, so he was unable to compete in this event as they did cross over. There was a little bit of overlap between those tournaments, but SKillous and Elazer did make for a good replacement here in the finals. Very nicely done. GG, well played. GG, well played. Just catching up. As much as I want Lincoln to, I mean, they played well. You know, they forced the ace match. They forced the ace match, went all the way to game 5. A very intense, very close back and forth between both teams. But last, MaxPax and Spirit, they still are, you know, the ones to beat. They're still the best 2v2 players in the world. I will say that. Will say that. Spirit is angry now. Exactly. Spirit, he got upset. Oh my god. Didn't want to be bullied anymore. But regardless, GG, well played. Congratulations here to both MaxPax and Spirit. And we'll see if they can ever be stopped. We'll see if anyone can ever bring them down. Again, for those that are curious, this 2v2 circuit here is open. It is open to all players. If you want to take part, if you're more of an amateur player or maybe a 2v2 connoisseur and you have a friend, then you can sign up. You can sign up. This is a monthly tournament. Every single month we do host this uThermal 2v2 circuit. It's going to be going for another couple of months before the finale, before the end of season finals. So do take part, do tune in. It's amazing. It's beautiful. There are plenty of more amateur players that take part in this as well. So it's not just pros, but we have others as well, including, remember, check out our semi-finalists here. It was Larry and Knight. They're not GMs, they're not pro players, but they still made it to semis because they are NA 2v2 specialists. So it was really cool to see them having a deep run, taking down some otherwise pros. So very impressive. Just catching up on the bracket here so we can all have a look together, so we can see the performance of these players. Switching our scenes over. Bam. And there we go. Okay, from the top, we have SKillous and Elazer. To make it to the finals, they took down Bratok and Middle VK. Bratok and Middle, they play a lot of 2v2s together. They had a good run and good performance last time. They took down GG Machine and Shameless, who took down Wayne and Milky Cow. Oh my god. So once again, 2-0 there. They of course took down Serral and Ducklings in the semis, and they face off against Spirit and MaxPax in the finals. Meanwhile, we had Serral Ducklings take down Replicant and Tiger. They took down uThermal and Goblin to make it here to the semis. When it comes to Spirit and MaxPax, what was their run? They took down the Taiwanese team with Lemon and Deer. Again, Lemon and Deer, they've been very active when it comes to these 2v2 events. It's been great to see them pop off. They took down Nick Rat and Geralt. This is a bit of a new pairing, and I remember that there was a lot of hype behind them in the round of 16. There was Nick Rat and Geralt versus Jumi and Young Jakob. I'll try to zoom in a little bit, because there we go. Because I know it's a little bit blurry here. It's a big bracket. Yeah, Nick Rat and Geralt, they took down Jumi and Jakob, went all the way to the ace match, an intense back and forth. I know Jumi and Jakob play a lot of 2v2s together as well, but in the end they did meet their end at the hands of Spirit and MaxPax. And then we had the NA team. We had Knight and Larry popping off. They took down quote-unquote Trigger and Clem. There should be a note here. This was the Trigger and Clem team, but as I mentioned before, Clem couldn't play. He couldn't play. Clem at the time, he was playing in another tournament. He was playing in the Team Liquid map contest Wardy event, so Clem was otherwise busy. I think he was playing in the finals against Cure. So Clem couldn't play, so Trigger, he had Coco sub in. Coconut Games did sub in for Clem instead, so that was technically Trigger and Coco. We might want to fix that. We might want to fix that on the brackets. But Knight and Larry, they popped off. Likewise, they also took down Gref and Deathmars, who was also a big team. Bearing in mind that Gref and Deathmars, they took down Showtime and Lambo to make it to the quarterfinals. So that was not an easy win for Knight and Larry. And again, they went down. But again, like this is like these are like 2v2 specialists, and it's really cool to see them doing well. Taking down Trigger, taking down the slayers of Showtime and Lambo. So really, and even against Spirit and MaxPax, I want to say that in game one they could have had that as well. Remember, they all-inned on Emerald City and they almost broke Spirit and MaxPax. It was very close. I can see a world where they could have broken them, where they could have taken them down and at least forced an ace match. So I look forward to seeing more of Knight and Larry. Look forward to it, to the NA boys. But GG, well played. Also, thank you so much. Big shout out to Jerry Curl in chat. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a... Oh, there you go. They are GMs. Never mind. When I say GMs, I should have said they're not pro players. That's what I should have emphasized. They're not pros, but they are GM on the NA ladder. But a shout out to Jerry Curl in the chat. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. And we just wrapped up. We just wrapped up our broadcast. We just wrapped up our 2v2 coverage of the uThermal event. So I do apologize, but thank you so much, and hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great stream. And with that, we are going to be wrapping up here for the day. Again, It's been a pretty intense week of StarCraft so far. It's been a pretty intense week just catching up here when it comes to our weekly schedule. We just wrapped up with our morning broadcast. We don't have a broadcast in the evening, kind of. We are going to be playing some Final Fantasy though. Final Fantasy 14 is going to be on our schedule here for this evening. That's going to be on our personal streams, on my personal stream, _VIP. Tomorrow we have the Pondcast. We have Host Masters on Sunday, and we have Sparkling Tunic Up on Sunday as well. Now, I might have an impromptu cast tomorrow. I was just given the replays of the HSL. If you're curious, what is the HSL? HSL is the Hispanic Star League. The Hispanic Star League featuring players from Latino America and from Spain as well. It's almost like GSL, but for the Hispanic region, for the Hispanic player base. So we will be slotting in some of those broadcasts, and that might be the case tomorrow in the morning. I might be able to slide that in. And if I'm able to do so, I'll most likely have a viewer replay cast as well. I know that we do have some viewer replays that have been piling up. I know that that's the only reason why Hyper1 is in the chat. He's like, yo, are we casting my replays? Tomorrow. Most likely tomorrow, papi, tomorrow. Don't worry, we got you. Most likely tomorrow. Aye. Earlier than this time, at a more NA-friendly time, of course. But we have a couple of replays that have been building up. Hyper1. Muchas gracias, mis saludos desde Cochabamba, Bolivia. Oh, de Bolivia, papi. Oh my god. Gracias, papi, gracias. Bienvenidos. Ya terminamos, papi, ya terminamos. But thank you so much for the raid, and welcome all those from Jerry Curl's stream. But yes, should be able to have a viewer replay cast tomorrow, and again, that should be alongside some HSL coverage as well. There's a lot of groups. There's a lot of groups in the HSL, so there's a lot to cover, a lot to go through. We'll be beginning that tomorrow, most likely. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to be wrapping up for the time being. Again, it's been an intense broadcast, and I would love to get some breakfast. I'm gonna get some breakfast, gonna get some food, and have some catching up to do when it comes to work, editing VODs, scheduling VODs. If you are curious, if you want to tune in to more CranKy Duckling action, then we got you covered. ! Socials in the chat, and you'll get a link to our social medias. We do post on YouTube on a daily basis. If you see something here, if you want to watch like the Kung Fu Cup, if you want to watch the Rex March Madness, Turtle Tussle, the Pigasaur Monday, Wardy TV Mondays, any of this, and if you can't watch it live, check us out on YouTube, because all the VODs are uploaded to YouTube on a daily basis. It's all there, all ready for you. So check us out on YouTube. Otherwise, you can also support us via Patreon. Our Patreon is designed to fund our open tournaments, specifically our amateur events and Sparkling Tunic Cup as well. All funded via Patreon, so you can help us grow the scene, grow the community, grow some StarCraft. The players would appreciate it. Currently, our next goal is to boost the prize pool for our amateur tournaments. So if you want to help support us, if you want to help support StarCraft, you can do so via Patreon. Thank you. Thank you so much to all of our current patrons. Thank you. We've been getting a lot over the past couple of months, more than we have in what, 5 years? It's crazy the amount of support that we've been gaining. So thank you so much for all the support on Patreon. We do appreciate it. And thank you, even if you just watch StarCraft, if you enjoy the content, thank you so much as well. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some Pondcast. So tomorrow's going to be the Pondcast tomorrow evening, and again, most likely there's going to be another broadcast around this time tomorrow as well, earlier I should say, like maybe like 5 hours ago. Should be live with some HSL if all goes well. That is the plan. Wonderful content. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome, Bab. You're welcome. Esther Yoko in the chat. Oh, my contact. Oh, Mike contact even. And Robert. Thank you. Thank you so much. With that, we're going to be wrapping up. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who is live? I know that Practice X is live. I can see some others as well. Davito streaming? Yo, Perhark as well? Yo, what's with all the Peruanos, papi? There's a lot of Peruvian players streaming right now. But I can't remember the last time Tavo has streamed. Yo, we gotta rate Davito. Let's go. Oh my god. He's looking a little bit older. I haven't seen Tavo in a couple of years actually. For those who don't know, Thavo, he is a Peruvian Terran player. He can speak some English 100%, so he should be able to commune with us. It's all good. But Thavo, he's a Peruvian Terran player. He's living in Chile, and at one point he was almost on the CranKy Ducklings. We've told this story before, but for the CranKy Ducklings, a couple of years ago, we did actually have a Latin American roster. We were earning enough money to actually, pay salary for some players, and we could only afford one Peruvian Terran, and it was between Thavo and Neo, and they're both like brothers, basically. They're both really good friends, both in Chile, of course, and both Peruvian even, and both really good friends, or both on the same team, and we could only get one of them. In the end, we did lean towards Neo. We were a little bit closer with Neo, but Thavo, he's near and dear to our hearts. Almost a duckling. Almost. But it's a good friend. Good friend. Give him some love. Give him some support. We'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys next time tomorrow for the podcast, or whenever is the next broadcast. See you then. Until next time. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi. Ciao. Hasta luego.